All right. Oh, it's gonna break this too. Back, back, back. There we go. La 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 la. Back, back, back. There we go. La 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 la. I think I broke it. Does it work? There we go. It works. Home. No, I had my neighbor needed assistance, and then as soon as I got off the stream, she responded and said she had her husband took care of it. So, oops, I can't spell Discord right. Discord. Bam, 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 bam. All right, let's see. Top live. Bam. All right. Oops. Canned. Okay. Split. There we go. All right. Let's see.
Faith in the centralized state. Regional magistrates and judges imposed their own authority. Wealthy priests started to give their support to local rulers, not the pharaoh and his government in Memphis. In what became a violent struggle for survival, ordinary people no longer turned to their divine king for salvation. They turned to whoever had the food.
Right.
They called upon the governors, not their almighty king, to get them out of what had become a life or death crisis. As the people saw it, famine was a direct result of divine anger.
So they actually went over to the other rulers and said, "We are starving. We will be your slaves if you feed us."
If the kings were in touch with the divine, then the land becoming infertile had to be the king's fault. But he had no answers to the horror that had beset his people. Records show there were relief measures to distribute grain in times of crisis, but the king made appeals to the gods for help. And when it didn't come, he had failed in the eyes of his people. There were many kings during the 500 years of the Old Kingdom, perhaps 25 to 30 in total, but it was the rulers of the 4th dynasty who became the ultimate symbol of Egyptian power, raising the greatest pyramids ever built. But by the 6th dynasty, 2345 BC to 2181 BC, these monuments of human ingenuity were reminders of greatness that had long passed. The crisis of the Old Kingdom peaked through a period of violent political upheaval. Pepi II, the final major king of the 6th dynasty, ruled Egypt for 90 years. By the time he died at 94, a bloody catastrophe was already...
He ruled for 90 years, died at 94, so he was 4 years old when he started ruling.
Unfolding. The illusion of his divinity was entirely gone. His sons and daughters had grown old waiting for the throne, and the second he died, the starving masses ripped his tomb apart and took everything, even his mummy. The temple of his father, Pepi I, was burned to the ground. His entire family was hated.
How do you burn a stone temple to the ground?
Of his death, the kingdom fractured. Within the next 20 years, 18 different rulers tore through the throne in rapid succession. But by then, the centralized power of the pharaoh in Memphis was already a ghost. Real authority now belonged to local nomarchs, making their own rules. These governors became hereditary, creating powerful dynasties that claimed to be great chieftains. They were leaders who fought against other provinces, beckoning a state of almost constant civil wars. Evidence of such mass bloodshed exists.
This is how ancient Egypt collapsed.
Tomb archaeologists later unearthed. Egyptians were usually buried alone or with close family, but this mass grave of late Old Kingdom mummies contained 60 bodies, all male, and all had died violently. They were smashed in the head by rocks, felled by a mace, and had wounds that showed arrows had once pierced their bodies. These men died in battle. It's hard to say exactly how this crisis unfolded or which region suffered the most from drought and famine. Like most of ancient Egyptian history, we have very little evidence in which to paint a totally accurate picture. But it is certain that for countless people across the kingdom, disaster arrived with a vengeance. Many were effectively trapped inside of a narrow ribbon of civilization surrounded by expanding desert. To the west lay the Sahara, to the east harsh deserts and mountains, to the south difficult cataracts and rival territories, and to the north marshlands and the Mediterranean. For the common man, already weakened by hunger, there were no supplies for a long, hazardous journey through foreign lands where bandits lay in wait. There were no real maps for navigation, no transport they could afford. So the commoner was tied to the state, a civilization built around a narrow oasis, surrounded
Shake my
by
head
terrain
about
that was almost
Well, that's
impossible
what they
to
were saying. Where are you going to leave to? You know, yeah, just about 4 minutes ago, there was a guy who has 141 subs, and that guy is Shiraj Gudas. Congratulations, brother. Yeah, it's great, brother. They're showing how ancient Egypt
cross
collapsed.
without stores of food, water, and weapons.
The ignorant
Just
hunter.
one man getting himself
He's
out
ignorant.
was nigh on impossible. Never mind his family. Egypt wasn't Rome.
Nope.
During the collapse of the Roman Empire, the most desperate people could migrate into neighboring provinces. They
Right,
could
but when
move
you're in the
through
desert,
forests, travel
where are you going to
rivers, and
migrate to before you die, right? Like you leave the desert, you're not going anywhere like to find water before you dehydrate and die. Like if there's no more food left, tornado wrangler.
settle almost wherever they wanted. Nor was Egypt like the Mediterranean world during the Bronze Age collapse in the 12th and 13th centuries BC. Entire groups were able to escape by sea and migrated across coastlines and islands. The people of Egypt had no such escape route.
Yeah, where are
They
you going to
were
go?
trapped
You're going to
under
go into more sand, and then you'd be done before you got there. What's up, cat? Homo erectus died out. Why not humans? Because we're stronger. Hit the like button. There you go, brother. Hit the like button. Thank you, Cat. Hi, Richard. What's up, Mr. Fail? I didn't know violent the Vikings were killing and taking innocent people's land just to dominate by force. Yeah, brother. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. The Vikings, actually, we found Viking coins here in America. So it looks like they've got here well before Christopher Columbus, but they either got what they wanted and left and didn't just rape, plunder, and pillage was a lot of what they're known for. And then they would go back to their homelands. So they wouldn't visit for conquest. They would just go to not even really explore, just to war. And then they would go back to their
a
homelands.
blistering sun, waiting to die or go down fighting. This was a psychological crisis, not just a physical one. Chapter 3, When the Gods Failed. The people had lost faith.
Oh,
they became
Homo
cynical and
erectus
angry.
did
They looked
it.
upon those
I thought it was
towering
died
pyramids
out.
and gilded graves
Gotcha.
as testaments to greed and excess. Lies, a spell that had been cast that was now shattered into 1,000 pieces. The tombs said it all. The inscriptions of the nomarchs who claimed that they saved their people from the worst of the devastation. I gave bread to the hungry and clothing to the naked. All of Upper Egypt was dying of hunger. The most terrifying part of this message: people were eating their children.
Oh,
Memphis still
jeez.
had the king, but his rulership likely barely extended as far as the city borders. The rest of the country was now ruled by these provincial administrators. 2 inscriptions would proclaim them as overseer of Upper Egypt in the Middle Nomes, or even God's seal bearer. They didn't care about the pharaoh or the people. They cared about riches and influence that they'd have in the afterlife.
familiar.
When the floods failed, some might have just been as ineffectual as the king to correct the course of devastation. Their grain stores likely emptied. Farmers would have desperately tried to grow their crops on sandbanks to no avail.
Right.
Their leaders had proved themselves just as incompetent as the central government. Yet in all that tumult, some governors now proclaimed to their people that God had not forsaken them. One of them was Ankh-Tifi, a high official who it
Ankh-Tifi.
seems thought of himself as a
Yeah,
pharaoh,
it's always
or
broken.
in his own words, a great chieftain. When much of Egypt starved, he claimed that he fed the desperate. He gave wives to men who had none. He gave shoes to those who walked on the hot land in bare feet. As men and women outside his province searched for food or plundered temples,
Plundering
Ankh-Tifi
temples.
claimed his brilliance lay in building dams and rationing food supplies. The inscriptions on his grave make him sound invincible. I am a man without equal. I am the front of people and the back of people.
Jeez,
and
Jesus
then
is
came
king.
the nomarch
What's up,
KT
Brad?
II of Asyut, a man fiercely loyal to his king. But like other nomarchs, he too faced crop failures when the floods no longer arrived with enough force to make the soil fertile. Confronted with famine and the slow starvation of the people who looked to him for guidance, he later claimed he had spared his province the horrors suffered by most. I nourish my town. I acted as my own accountant in regard to food and as giver of water in the middle of the day.
Yeah,
He dug a
that's crazy.
canal 10
You
cubits
get,
wide to divert.
You know of the Egypt god Kek. He has more meme magic through pee-pee. The Pepe Holiday song.
water into the farmland. Like on Tithi, he was wise enough to construct dams. He rationed grain and stationed guards at the granaries to protect what little food remained from thieves. But these men might have been the outliers. Like the priest Hekanacht, who wrote, "Look, the
There you
whole
go.
land is dead, and you have not hungered." He too witnessed the specter of cannibalism. "Look, they've started to eat people here." In a world where people
damn.
resorted to the most extreme of human taboos, violence erupted. The poor had no choice. They ate the donkeys and finally the children.
Ate the
Eventually,
donkey.
they fought back. They made up the overwhelming majority of the population, no matter how many guards stood watch over the estates of the rich or how many weapons lined their walls. The elites could not hold back the masses forever. The most disturbing accounts of this terrible chaos came from the writings attributed to a sage named Ipuwer. Historians still
Ipuwer.
debate how accurate his
Ipuwer.
words were. Some Egyptologists believed his descriptions were grounded in real events, but others argue they were political propaganda from a later age, a warning of what happens when
Yeah, that
monarchy
don't
and
happen
divine
anymore.
order break down. Whatever the case, the famine and starvation were no doubt real. The hellish descriptions written by Ipuwer's hand might have
After the
some
rapture,
bearing in
will be
reality.
the worst time in
Though
human
the
history.
desert claims the land
what
towns
I
are
said.
ravaged. Upper Egypt became a wasteland. He wrote that the starving masses took the law into their own hands as they scavenged and fought for food. In their rage, they dashed noble infants' heads against walls.
Oof.
Some parents abandoned their own children. Envy and bitterness spread everywhere. Men dressed in fine clothes were beaten in the streets. Even wealthy women were no longer safe. Some were dragged away and sealed inside prisons to starve. Men stir up strife unopposed. Groaning is throughout the land, mingled with laments. See now the land deprived of kingship. Pestilence swept across the provinces. Bodies floated through the
Damn.
rivers and canals. Waterways
What up,
stained red
Yux?
with blood and disease.
Yux, you.
The poor
Yux.
looted the rich and
Yuxi.
cried out,
Yuxi.
"Let us suppress the powerful among us." Families turned on each other. A man regards his son as his enemy. He who puts his brother in the ground is everywhere. In a world like this, where greed and cynicism drove men to their worst impulses,
Damn.
the wise scribe no longer had influence. His words were ignored by a desperate populace trying to get what they could. Whole towns were laid to waste. The country turned to desert, and in the heat of such weakness, Asiatic barbarians arrived to finish off a people who were too divided to mount a defense. Creating a central authority to fight back was impossible. Tax records and government documents needed to run a country had already been destroyed. Poor men, ordinary men, trampled all over ancient customs when they went where they before had been
do.
born. Lo, the great council
Not.
chamber is invaded. Beggars come and go in the great mansions. The secrets of Egypt's
you
kings
change
are
your name?
bared. These men stole the records and murdered the scribes. They destroyed books, the agricultural knowledge that for centuries had helped the Egyptians farm. As thugs took control of towns and cities and anarchy spread, revenue to be spent on projects went straight into their pockets. In 2 decades, the Memphis kings had been ruined. The peasants who had somehow stayed alive were now demoralized. They had no protection against the wicked, and they had lost all faith in rulership. Being born was a curse. "I wish I were dead," little children say.
Dang.
"He should not have made me live."
Whoa.
For Ipuwer, what Egypt needed was the restoration of the royal family. They needed a beating heart at the center of the nation, capable of imposing order in the chaos. As one historian described it, this was a tantalizing dream, and for some, even a necessity for survival. One man's testimony alone is not enough to understand what happened. As so often happens throughout history, the voices of the overwhelming majority were lost
Discipline is
because
strength.
they could neither write nor read. Ancient Egypt was recorded largely through the eyes of its ruling class. Yet it is through the actions of ordinary people that parts of Ipuwer's vision of social collapse can be corroborated. Chapter 4, The God Bleeds. The starving masses had experienced a total psychological rupture. The illusion of divine authority had been shattered, and out of that chaos emerged a criminal economy, tomb raiding. Theft from tombs had always existed in the Old Kingdom, but when law and order collapsed, all hell broke loose.
Sounds
Not even the
familiar,
guards
doesn't
stationed
it?
outside the burial complexes could hold back the looters. The poor, now
Looters.
disenchanted with rulers, descended
Lawlessness.
upon the great monuments where the kings had been buried alongside unimaginable riches. Looters dug tunnels through thick stone walls and toward hidden chambers deep inside the pyramids and tombs. Without a stable central state to police the kingdom, it was almost impossible to stop. Gold statues, jewelry, even gold masks that had once adorned the
Yeah,
king's
but what
face
are you going to do
were
with
sold
it, right?
in markets. It was the old
If you're in Egypt starving to death and you've got all this gold, where are you going to take that gold to get grain and food and whatnot? Like you're digging through to get the gold. It's not like you're going to take it to the bank or to the pawn shop, trade it for cash to go to the store and buy food. Like, where are you going to go with that gold where you wouldn't starve to death first before you went somewhere that you could trade it?
ultimate insult to the men who once made regular citizens shake at their very sight. When archaeologists found these tombs thousands of years later, they found mummies desecrated and smashed. The ransackers hadn't just stolen, but had destroyed everything in sight. The lack of respect it showed was unprecedented. In ancient Egypt, safe passage in the afterlife meant more than life itself. Egyptians would go to great lengths to bring the bodies of dead elites back from distant wars so they could be properly buried and given their chance at arriving in paradise. The destruction of the tomb effectively murdered those men, cutting them off from eternity. Officials did everything they could to stop the looting. As tomb raiding continued into the Middle Kingdom, curses were carved into the tomb entrances to terrify the thieves. Statues were positioned like eternal guards, watching over the dead. When that failed, burial chambers were blocked with rubble, hidden behind layers of stone. And when even that proved ineffective, rulers began placing their tombs deep beneath pyramids and underground complexes.
You know what we're going to find? We're going to find data centers inside of these things. You watch.
But it was never enough. Tomb raiders became a constant source of anxiety for the rulers of the New Egypt. If there was one way to stop it, it was fear, violence, pain, death. Those caught trafficking stolen funerary goods could face execution. Some were beaten, and for the condemned, their last moments on the earth were horrific. The thieves grew smarter. They burned the coffins and melted down the gold inside of them, its source of origin now unknown. They looted valuable perfumed oils but sold them to travelers on the international market. Amulets of precious stones, exotic artifacts not sold locally, but fenced to men who sold the goods to passing caravans. It wasn't about making some extra money, it was about survival. Survival in the kingdom that had let its people down. When the rulers failed to protect, when the governors started to act like tribal chiefs with egos the size of the sun. For the ravaged who had once dedicated their lives to the state, this was payback. For them, the afterlife had always been closed. Poor in this world, non-existent in the other. After the collapse, that too would change. Chapter 5. The Stolen Afterlife. After the fall of the Old Kingdom came the First Intermediate Period, an era in which Egypt fractured into rival centers of power.
If I was alive today, if Einstein was alive today, he'd probably look like me. Egypt was bizarre because their cat worship. America's bizarre because their dog worship. What's up, William? Dogs and cats are awesome. All right, let me see if I can do this. I'll be right back.
At Heracleopolis Magna in Lower Egypt, and the other at Thebes in Upper Egypt. It was a new world, a world with new grand narratives to replace the old stories of men who were gods in human form. As local strongmen and provincial rulers fought for control across a fractured land, the doors to the afterlife were flung open to the commoner. The evidence is not only found in historical texts, but in the graves of ordinary people. Sometime around the beginning of the First Intermediate Period, magical spells and incantations began appearing on the coffins of common Egyptians. It was a practice once reserved for the royalty and the elite. The violent collapse of the Old Order had helped give birth to something radical, a more democratic vision of heaven. Two worlds that had once been separated, ruler and commoner, had, through suffering and upheaval, began to move closer together. The Book of Two Ways, an ancient cosmography describing how to reach eternal paradise, had once only been found in tomb inscriptions and funerary guides once monopolized by monarchs. Then it gradually spread downward, first to lesser nobles, then to court officials and bureaucrats, and eventually to ordinary people, if they had the money to buy a coffin. These texts contained maps to help the dead navigate rivers and avoid the terrifying lake of fire. They contained the sacred words needed to pass through guarded gateways where the worthy would be embraced and welcomed. Without such knowledge, the dead risked mutilation and annihilation in the afterlife. Their noses and lips would be cut away, and their eternal journey brought to a bloody and painful end. The pyramid texts that had accompanied once great kings became the coffin texts for almost everyone. The common man had achieved eternal life. There's no doubt ancient Egypt was an advanced civilization, but that didn't mean they didn't have some strange beliefs. Find out the weird side of the pharaohs and 50 insane facts about ancient Egypt. or watch this instead.
Anyway, William Barry feeds the scrub jays. Of course he does. Scrub jays belong outside at 5:36. Richard officially left his small apartment with nothing but an empty closet and streaming area. I don't hold it against people if they keep their dogs and cats outside. As long as they got water and stuff, dog and cats like outside. I can't go to the afterlife. I maxed out my EBT card. My brother threw an extra pair of his underwear on a bird's nest. That wasn't very nice of him. No, I don't see him anymore. Probably stunk them out. They probably like, them draws stink. Oh, I tried to run over to my neighbor's house. Whew. It's kind of a distance, too. I just sprinted over there. And her air conditioner spraying all of its refrigerant out. So, yeah, at least she's got one for the downstairs and one for the upstairs. So, at least she'll have some cool air. But she ain't got, and it's not very hot right now too. So it's like I think it's like in the mid 70s maybe. Current temperature 70. Let's watch a documentary on the sparrow famine of China where they killed sparrows to help combat. Nope. Correct. They prefer outdoors because that's where they belong. Right. What up, the user? Yeah, that's what they like. Right. Like people would argue about my chickens. Like being out in the heat. What do you think they did before air conditioning was invented? Or fans. You know, that's what they do. They like it. Hey, and the cats, like it was 96, 7, 8, 9 degrees the other day. And my cat's out there, and my cat's got 3 coats of fur, like super freaking, and he chills. Fresno banned chickens in the neighborhoods. They do that a lot. Especially roosters because of the cockadoodle doing. Wake people up at like 6 o'clock in the morning. I had to get rid of my roosters because they were attacking the neighborhood kids. And they attacked me too, but yeah. Whew, man. That's not good. AC fell. Yeah, mine's dead. My AC went out Saturday. And so I have no AC. My neighbor gave me, not that neighbor, a different neighbor gave me a window unit. So at least the studio here is air conditioned. But the rest of the house isn't. But at least it's 70 degrees out. The other day it was freaking, came in my house and it was 89 degrees. The user on YouTube, Sophie Plays. There you go, Sophie. By the way, we have a sub difference of 4. There you go. Sub to them. Sub to each other. Sub to each other. Help each other out. Get your subs up. No way. So look at the. Oh, never mind. We're not going to get into that. But anyway, which is why I'm barely left from under my cover, under my ceiling fan. Right? Yeah. She came down here yesterday, and we ain't got no air conditioning. What's up, Jim? Is William Barry your cousin that lives in Escondido, California? No, Kat is my cousin. And she's right through that wall right there. But she lives in Maryland. Why did every moderator get summoned when I said that? You summoned the moderators. All right, let's see. Stupid deaths. What's up with the bizarre? Why did Egyptians walk like that? Oh, another skin bleaching thing, but this one's IV. I know that they did IV skin bleaching in like China. And to like try to get like really like to get skin so white it looks like it's already got powder, like, you know. I have a swamp cooler. Right, because it uses evaporation. When you're hot in dry air, the moisture that it basically sprays on you, if it has dry air to evaporate into, then it takes heat with it. That evaporation takes energy, as do all chemical reactions. And the energy, as it evaporates, it gets energy from the heat of your body and pulls it away. Urban hell. Dangerous flooding 51 minutes ago. Uh-oh. Two girls swept into the ocean and killed. The dark web. What happens to your butt? This is why you should never touch a frightened ladybug. What if you use desert fryer? What's a desert fryer? All right, let's see. What are we looking into? Look at this crazy thing. Look at this. I thought that was his android wife and his baby, but it's just one of those androids with the freaking skin off of its face. That's crazy. You can buy a robot friend for $125,000. Jeez. The Hanoi incident. Isn't that how IEC work? Removes humidity from the air. Basically, so the way home air conditioners work is the outdoor unit compresses a gas. Have you ever seen like big tanks, big tanks of pressurized gases? When you when you let the gas out, the tank gets colder. Same with your propane tank. Actually, propane's been used as refrigerant. It still is used as refrigerant, but not in homes. It's used in like big industrial environments. So the outdoor unit compresses the refrigerant gas. Any gas that when it expands, it gets cold. But gases known as refrigerants get really warm when they're compressed and get really cold when they expand. So the outdoor unit compresses the gas into a liquid, and then that heat is blown away with a fan. And then it pumps that fluid, now that refrigerant fluid, liquid refrigerant, into the inside unit, which then it lets it expand through a coil that looks like a radiator. Then air blows through there, and then that air grabs the cool that's in there. And also, just like the outside of a cold glass of water or beer or whatever, the outside gets condensation on it. So then that reaction, the condensation will drip off of there into a condensate pan, then out a condensate drain line. So that's how that cools the air. And then the air that's warm blowing over it gets cooler, and it in turn warms that refrigerant a little bit, which then goes outside, gets compressed back into a liquid, and then it keeps going through a cycle. It's called the refrigeration cycle. It's YouTube playables, TM, copyright, show MRI machine. Okay, yeah, you mentioned that yesterday. We'll check that out right now. That reminds me of one of the mannequins in Fallout. Yeah. They would see the inside of it, Colonel. Yeah, split unit air conditioner, right. The outside unit is the compressor, and the inside unit is the evaporator. So it's going from a liquid back to a gas. That's why they call it an evaporator. But it's all in a closed cycle. Brad Johnson needs to get it right. He's got it. Brad's got it. What's up, the core, brother? All right, what are we looking up? Okay, spinning. Yeah, these are crazy fast.
This is a CT scanner spinning without any cover over it.
And how evaporator coils work.
So terrifying.
There you go. What up, Raph? An evap coil, right. The core versus NDB. They got speeding up faster and faster.
This is a CT scanner spinning without any cover over it.
And what's interesting is ammonia also does the same. Ammonia gas will do the same thing. You can compress it to a liquid, and then when it vaporizes back to a gas, it gets cold. Ammonia does it. Propane does. A lot of things do it. What if it named an MRI machine? This says it's a CT, so
terrifying.
basically the same thing. I said named, not nigga. Isn't that crazy? You think there would be an easier way to do that, but the problem is doing this is the only way to get the resolution that you want. Like if you could have a whole bunch of beams that fire rather than one beam that sweeps. but those the lenses and everything you would need for each beam, they wouldn't be very close together. And then that's what the resolution would be. As close as they are together, you would have one dot, then one dot, then one dot, then one dot. What you want is you want dot, dot, dot as it goes through. It looks like alien technology. AC job. It's not too. It in turn does though. I heard you were out there, right? But that's not its job. So you can also add a dehumidifier to an AC system, but evaporation where the water, like the swamp coolers, are big fans that spray mist out along with the fan, and that causes it. And then so you can use also what's called you can humidify. You can also humidify the air too in an air conditioner if you're using a split system. Yeah, it's a byproduct, right? Right. Just it's condensation because you have warm air and cold air. But if the air was dry, obviously it would still work. So if the air was dry, the AC would still cool the air down, but there wouldn't be any moisture in the air for it. So if it only did that, then the air conditioner wouldn't work if the air was dry, right? So yeah, so it works either way. So it's the byproduct. The Bernoulli principles: when a gas escapes to a restricted a cooling effect occurs. That's not the Bernoulli principle. That might be one of Bernoulli's principles. I thought Bernoulli's principle was the when two objects come together. Bernoulli's principle. Please, principle. Bernoulli's principle. Bernoulli's principle states the speed of a moving fluid, liquid or gas, increases the internal pressure on that fluid simultaneously decreases. There you go. Good one. There you go, Raph. Sending the education. So it's basically similar to the filming of The Matrix and Neo. Dodge the bullet from the agent. Right. Yeah, you want to start a fight? I did eat the pizza, Shiva. It was good. It's just like the Volkswagen spinning in the lathe in the chuck. Right. It's like the weight of a Volkswagen spinning. Right. You don't want to leave the key of the lathe in the chuck. You seem vaguely familiar. You live in Atlanta or Baltimore? Or worked in the movie industry, maybe? He went for a pizza. I did go for a pizza. That is a big nose. That is my nose, brother. Bam. Self-made nose. My pronouns are A-C. Call me Blood. Elon wouldn't be happy knowing that. Little old Elon. What up, student? What up, Governor Torre? I was in your stream earlier when you were in the car. Welcome. I was. My cousin was reading, so I didn't get to see the name. So welcome, brother. Welcome back. He's planning to send humans to Mars, and people are getting normal concept, bro. It's all right. The core. All right. Let's see. Yeah. Well, they don't teach it here in America. The only way you learn about that is if you actually go into refrigeration. All right, let's see. Rich Live Cam, 5:50 p.m. today. That's right. Why is Trump simping for Vance to take over? Why has Trump simping for Vance to take over? Is he? The White House. Maybe he wants to retire. I do not know, my brother. I do not know. Our cousins with Owen Wilson. Yeah, all is well. Yep, that's my cousin right there, Cat the Creator. Do you prefer gym or plain functional? I work out at home. The only main work exercise I do sit-ups, push-ups, press-ups, and I use a couple of 30-pound dumbbells, and then running. Like what I just did, to run over to my neighbor's house, just 10-second full out sprint in one direction and then back to my house in another direction. I'm not here to pull someone's leg. Gotcha. You're all right, brother. What's the opinion between the color brown? What's my opinion? It's actually, do you know brown is actually dark yellow? Who's that douche? That's me. Can you make the Am I Still Alive, bruh incident? Am I still alive, bruh? I don't know what I haven't seen it, my brother. I just watched Owen Wilson playing a model Zoolander. He could not be a model at all in real life. No. It does to me. It does to me, brother. I eat once a day, and I used to eat 4 times a day, easy. I used to wake up at like 4 o'clock in the morning and make French toast. I used to eat, I think I've told you guys, I don't know if you were in here last time I talked about it, but I used to eat like almost 4,000 calories a day. And I'm still like under 140 pounds. I'd poop like 3 times a day, easy. I'm trying to shit a little bit. Yeah. So, like, and the theory is that the body wants things from your food, not just proteins and fats and whatnot. It wants vitamins and minerals so it can do the reactions that it needs. And so when you eat, and if you eat stuff that's not nutrient dense in vitamins and minerals, then your body says, okay, I didn't get what I need from that. Do that again. And it appears that when you have proper nutrition, you don't get, it doesn't say, hey, do that again. Feed me again. Feed me again. And that's the theory, at least. And it appears to be true. It's a video on YouTube. We ain't watching it. Well, why don't you wash your ass like they do in France? I do. I have a bidet. What up, Lar? ISO speed is the real example of when you keep the persistent. Yes. Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, Wilson's a copy of me. The Lone Star tick is right. Hold on. What was I supposed to look up? I think Jim said something. Okay, hold on. Jim's got something here. All right, let's see. The Adventures of Robert and Bobbert. Persistence beats luck. Yeah, absolutely. Right. Keep going. Laurel, Hollywood fashion people are actually stranger than Zoolander. Way stranger. That was definitely, like, Zoolander was definitely a like showing like the stereotype, but family friendly, or, you know, more. I am no one. Are you someone? We're all someone. I tried canceling the MP3 over the cancellation fails already shipped. I guess I'll be received by flash drive. 8 gig MP3 player. This. All right, bro. That's no bad. It's not. I was just saying, you know, enjoy it then. You know, enjoy it. I was just saying I would use my phone for an MP3 player these days. But if you've got the extra income, yeah.
Sono Luminescence.
The first time I saw sonoluminescence was in a darkened room.
This is so cool. This is a bubble collapsing on itself and creating light. It's like a sound wave.
Flask.
All right, Siraj, have a good night, brother. Elon's still stays in the
center, and in
right. That's why people that are there's rich people and there's wealthy people. Wealthy people do not spend, and he drives a Tesla. He doesn't have 9 Bugatti. He absolutely could, but he's an engineer. He thinks about efficiency. He wants his money to make him money. He wants his money to work for him, not to just buy stuff he doesn't need. Like, why do I need 84 rooms in my house? But yeah, sorry.
The center, see a glowing blue purple light.
Where's
which
the
could be
India
seen with the
Albani?
unaided
Got
eye.
a big building to live. Yeah. The most expensive modern
It
home.
looked like a star in the heavens.
Look at that. That's air or a gas collapsing, a bubble that's collapsing, and it
Seth
creates light.
Putterman
They
calls
send
it
sound waves.
the star in a
Elon
jar,
private house of Google
a
Maps.
tiny spot of
His
bright
wife,
light
house.
contained
What's
in a
up,
flask
Crystal,
of
brother?
liquid.
I'm in Crystal, crying, brother. It creates a flash. Collapsing creates a flash of light. Ain't
This star
ain't
in
that
a
the
jar
truth?
is
Same with
made
striking a quartz
when a
missile,
sound
crystal, right?
wave
That's called
is passed-
piezo electricity or piezoelectric effect. This is freaking cool. So somnoluminescence can occur when a sound wave of strong enough intensity induces a gaseous cavity. So you have a liquid that doesn't have any bubbles in it, but the sound wave causes the bubble to form, which creates such a strong vacuum that as it's collapsing, it's creating a light. It's called a star in a bottle. Though I'm curious to see those old knockoff flash drive MP3s that are plugged into computers. Okay, well, if you're curious about it, then sure, follow your curiosity. No, absolutely. That's a better reason to get it. Have you seen I am still on the bruh side of YouTube? Okay, the darkness is your ally, but you merely adopted the dark. I was born into it, molded by it. I didn't see the light till I already was a man.
Through a small bubble inside a flask of liquid. And this sound wave makes the bubble do something remarkable. First it expands, then it collapses. And this collapse happens so violently
So
the vapor
violently.
molecules trapped inside the bubble slam together
Follow the
and
curiosity,
heat
but
up
also
so
get
much
messed up and things.
that the bubble gives off an incredible burst of heat and light, several thousand times a second, giving the appearance of a star.
These big mansions and yachts look like they need 100 employees each. They do. They do. They absolutely do. And they need air conditioning and plumbing and water running and everything, even when you're not there. And people that have those big ass houses, all like they got 6 houses all around the world, and they're staffed with 30 staff. Yeah, I just realized that I speak like Bane. What's better, lithium-ion battery or simple disposable batteries for device longevity? The lithium-ion battery. The other ones can degrade and leak and destroy your electronics. You think I'm weak? I was born in a belly with no Scrub J and no 110th grade live streams. How horrible that would be. Christian Bale Batman lips were too puckered. But I like these movies. I'm Christian Bale. I'm Batman. You better get out of here. Unless you want to end up... Probably should buy some SpaceX stock and sell one. Brother, if I had the loot, I'd have bought some.
What made the phenomenon
Absolutely,
so
I would've
exciting
bought some.
was the temperature of this star in a jar.
Star in
On
a
its
jar.
surface alone, the light burns at tens of thousands of degrees.
But it's so small.
And Seth Putterman now contemplated a tantalizing possibility. Could the core of the collapsing bubble be
What's
even
up, Winston
hotter,
Churchill, brother?
hot enough for fusion?
They shot it with a BB.
One of the mysteries of sonoluminescence is to determine exactly how hot the interior of the bubble gets. In the sun, the interior can be millions of degrees, hot enough to
Maybe the
cause
super rich
fusion.
still want to feel human by
And
owning
the thought
things.
crossed
That's
my
what,
mind
that's what humans
that
do in a normal
perhaps
way.
inside
Elon's
the
human,
collapse-
right? Hey, you know what I'm saying? That's a good thing. But, you think you would also think he would be safe. Like, I can understand when ultra wealthy people and people that, a lot of people don't like Elon, right? They were burning down freaking Tesla dealerships and stuff like that. So you like a lot of people get big houses on big property with fences and security and whatnot, so bad people can't get to them, right? But it appears that he just lives in a normal neighborhood. I might be wrong, and he might own the neighbors and everything and stuff like that. I have no idea, but I know his house is just a normal sized house. Yeah, he's a Martian. That's why he wants to go back home. E.T. Phone home. Elon. T. Musk. E.T. Elon phone home. Elon is not a human. Don't gloss over this deep dive. Why do villains get so weak when they take sides? Why do villains get so weak when they take sides with the hero? It's literally the same in every movie. We can deep dive into it. Insurance companies, and so do lawyers. Lawyers win no matter what. They win when you get divorced. They win when you go to jail. They win when the government needs something written down. You need legal documentation. No matter what's going on, it doesn't matter. But the more people, like immigration, like all the people that need to go to immigration court need a lawyer, and we'll get that lawyer paid for. So, and then the people that get popular, so the lawyers are making money no matter what. So the more immigration, there's people that's just doing immigration law every day, and they make bank. Because people that are trying to not get deported, or people that, yes, absolutely. That's why, and then so they have a lot of money, so then they can lobby and say, hey, I'll give you money to become mayor, governor, whatever, senator, if you make sure that this gravy train keeps flowing. It's Max Payne. Anti-FIFA ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
The interior of the bubble might also get hot enough to cause fusion.
Yeah, that's amazing.
If so, this would be something truly amazing. By simply bombarding tiny bubbles with sound waves,
Hold on. Is this freaking
Temperatures-
copyrighted? I should have checked that first. I'm going to get freaking banned. Hopefully not.
of over 10
Well, it's over here now anyway. I didn't say anti-FIFA. Gravy train paid by me, John Q. Public. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Right. So, listen, it's not difficult to get money in America. It's difficult for people to keep it. Because especially things like the internet, social media, people want to look like they have money. So they buy things so people on the internet will think that they have money. So people buy expensive things to put on Instagram and TikTok and whatnot. And, you know, cars that they can't afford, you know? And it's like when I said FIFA. Diddy and movie people want to see the evil. They want to see evil to win. It's human traits. They want to see the hero win always. Even the people who are jerks in normal life want the hero to win. Right. And but you'll see that thing, that psychology in movies when the evil guy works with the hero or comes together with him. And it's repentance. It's the same old story. Somebody's repenting for their evil and they're like, I'm so sorry I did all this. And then you see the two hands come up. And they grab, and they're like, Batman pulls them off the roof, and they're like, let's go get the Joker. The villain disintegrated into thin air. You see madness, as you know. It's like gravity. All it takes is a little push. Those class action lawsuits where 5 million people get $50 each. That's right. Absolutely. But still, that's the cost of doing business. It doesn't hurt those companies. Like the $13 billion or whatever. No, was it three? I think it was three. The $3 billion that Pfizer or Price Pfizer or whatever it was, whatever company it was, made OxyContin. And they advertised, it's the non-addictive opioid. It's the non-addictive opioid. Prescribe it for headaches. And then they got sued for lying, and then they got the $3 million judgment. But they made, $3 billion judgment. But they made $13.8 billion that year. So that means that they made $10.3 billion. Who cares? They spent $3 billion. They made $10 billion in profit off of that. So it's just the cost of doing business. As long as you still end up $1 ahead, they're fine with it. Gravity Joe is an American. Gravity Joe? American deserted names. G.I. Joe? No, I said when the evil guy switches sides, he gets weak. When the evil guy works with the good guy, like he doesn't have his super evil, because he doesn't have the drive of evil anymore. He doesn't have the power of the dark side anymore. He just becomes a man. Do you think they will ever find Nancy Guthrie's? They didn't find the grandma yet? And I feel my Ferris going on. The daughter might be behind it, like some lord. Wow, no, I never even heard of Nancy Guthrie. Nancy Guthrie. 12 hours ago, did they find Nancy Guthrie's body in Mexico? An anonymous caller found an area near the border. That was just a few hours ago. Update. Sheriff found new information. Wow, let's look into it. Semantics. Oh, okay, I don't know what that is. Let's look it up. Okay, well, let's do one thing at a time. Semantics. Samples play in. The study of visible sound and vibration, derived from the Greek word kaima, meaning wave. How did I not know that? Wow, I did audio engineering. For you, the day the bison raised your village was the most important day of your life. But for me, Tuesday. A company files for bankruptcy in America, stating Trump policies led them to run out of business. And so how did that happen? The only way that would happen with Trump policies were if they were importing or exporting something to another country that now has to pay a duty on that. And then so people stop buying it from a manufacturing company in America. That's the only way I could see it. That's the only Trump policy I can see that would affect. I mean, and either that, there are companies that went bankrupt that were using migrant labor, like, and they went out of business because they were paying people like $5 an hour and stuff like that. So, and now, like, I can't afford to run my business anymore because I got to pay minimum wage. All right, well, that's the law. So your company wasn't designed to work because you couldn't follow the rules that say that this is what you have to pay the people. So you wanted slaves, basically. They hurt companies. They put my pharmacy out of business, an iconic company, right? I heard they went out of business. A mattress company, brother, listen. I think a lot of I don't know if you know about America, but there's this theory that a lot of the mattress companies that are here, like they'll have like 5 of them on one block. And what I heard is that the reason for it is like it's run by the mob and the cartels. Like the mattresses are made in Mexico or like India or China, and then they're stuffed with contraband and then sent here to America, and then they take delivery of them. Like, why do you need like what? How often do you buy a mattress? Once every 10 years, or more, like, or longer. Right? So, like, why do you need 5 mattress shops? And I don't ever see anybody shopping at a mattress store. Loki was good and evil, right? Yeah, you don't think they'll find her? Mr. Trump ever care for the allegations made Trump be like, who the F are you? Hey, who are you? Nancy was found in the walls of an apartment in Mexico. It was normal nowadays to eat food daily with no TV or phones around. You don't practice this for summer vacation. Good. Yeah, is it normal to eat? Yes, yeah. No, you should. When you're eating your food, you should read what's on the labels. You should enjoy your food. You should understand, talk with your family and stuff. No, that's a good thing to do. What up? Plus, almost 10 years is normal life, right? So, like, but look, watch this. Okay, hold on. Let's do this real quick. Okay. Let's find out what happened here. Okay, that's old. So let's see what this new stuff is. Let's see. 5 hours ago, 7 hours ago, 2 days, 1 hour ago. Okay, was Anthony Governor moved to native reservations onto Mexico? This nation is examining a new theory. The missing woman was transported to Mexico via a nearby Native American reservation. Weighing in on the idea, the FBI, the country SWAT team kidnappers could have cut through the massive Tano O'Dam, nation find porous entry points into Mexico. Is it practical or probable? I would say yes. Wow, mattress companies are definitely run by the mafia. Don't sleep on those. Don't sleep on those guys. They're sleeper agents. Yeah, look. Mattress companies near me. This is a mattress stores.
Mattress companies
mattress stores near me.
Union. Here you.
All right, look.
Listings for mattress stores near me.
Look at that.
City.
Look how many mattress stores are just near me. Just near me. Look, why do you need, that's one city right there. Why do you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 mattress stores in that area? And it probably gets worse than that. Like, if we zoom in... Yeah, look how many there is, like, on these blocks. Look, it's even more. Yeah, like, look, just on this intersection right here, there's at least 7, 8, 9, 10. Wasn't this bread thing famous once the government was using the spy public, or did that be fake news? I don't know. The bread to spy on people. I mean, I guarantee they used everything to spy on people, but I don't know about that particular story. Please do I show speed. Am I still live, bruh? Instant video. So you do. No, brother. We need Walter White Heisenberg to step in. Open your Google Maps and show a map of Sharpsburg. Google Maps. All right, let's see. Hold on. Google Maps. Sharpsburg. Look what Sharpsburg looks like. Look at the shape of it. It looks like a neck with a Pac-Man head and a jaw, like a jaw right here. Like it looks like a jaw right here with its teeth. And there's the neck, and then here's a big old helmet. So that's the odd shape of Sharpsburg. There you go. That's Sharpsburg. I live in the country, boy. I live in the country. This is the bar I used to go to all the time. Where's it at? Right here. It's right here. Tavern 174, right there. Yeah, I always thought, look how many look at the parking lot at the bar. It's like, why is there so many parking spaces if drinking and driving was illegal? Sharpsburg's in Georgia. Sharks ate my internet cable. Yep, that happens. That happens. They bite into the fiber optic cables under the Atlantic. Looks like the Android logo giving a bite out of an apple. Bam. We need to add the apple. Iran getting billions of dollars as funding. Again? I thought they weren't getting anything. So what they're telling us is there's no money or products or resources being given. They've got to stay nice for like 90 days and not attack anybody, and then we'll help them economically, is what I heard. But they got billions of dollars. Obama sent them like $1.8 billion in actual U.S. dollar cash on a pallets sent over with military airplanes to say, please don't make nuclear weapons. And then what did they do with the money? From America. So actually, who got benefited from all that stuff? Who knows? Bunch of businesses that whatever companies benefited from whatever they bought, right? Like, so they probably said, hey, we'll give you money to buy weapons from this company, that company, this company. That they ain't happening, Space Cow, but their assets were released. Yeah. Oh, they were released. I didn't know that. I thought they were. Have you heard the U.S. lost its nuclear weapons best? Yes, yeah, called Broken Arrows when nuclear Pulse would like to benefit when nuclear weapons are lost. It's called missing. They're called a broken arrow, I believe. Broken Arrow. Nukes. Broken Arrow, nuclear weapon accidents. Since the 1950s, there have been 32 nuclear weapon accidents known as broken arrows. A broken arrow is defined as an unexpected event involving nuclear weapons. Okay. That's a movie. It is a movie. That's right. It is a movie. It was with the guy that was in Greece. What's his name? Using a military airplane means no one can ask anything. If you dare, you'll be silenced. That's right. Yeah. All right, let's see. All right, let's go back here, see what's up. Vinny Barbarino. But what's his name? What was his real name? The actor's name. The guy that was in Broken Arrow and Face Off and Pulp Fiction and Michael. Chet something? No. Jackson. I can't remember his name. Dang. What was his name? John Travolta. There you go. All right. Jim's got something here for us. Yeah, Space Cow, if you want to find anything, find it on YouTube. I'm not playing any more stuff from over there on Instagram. John Travolta. Have you ever used your... Yeah. I mean, on a human? No. For target practice, yeah. John Travolta isn't Greek. Did I say Greek? No, he was in the movie Grease. I didn't say the Greek guy. It was in the movie Grease. There are military persona who completely against war for apparently happens apparently for no reason. Yeah.
Has no
Oh, them out. Space Cow, find something on YouTube. I ain't playing them no more.
If you spare a little of your imagination, it is a film to describe to you the effect of cymatic frequencies on matter.
Oh, hold on. Let's make sure this ain't freaking got no copyrighted music in it. Alright, I pay attention to the Greek guys, not the movie Greece. He is from Greece, even he's not. Well, he is from Greece, even if he's not Greek. You gotta use it on humans. It's fun. I haven't heard John Travolta having Greek words on him. 45 Colt revolver. It's not a 45. It's a 50. That's cool. Oh, this is definitely going to be copyrighted. Dang it. Yeah, it's on Spotify, dude. I'm probably already going to get in trouble for that. Have you ever got robbed? No, I've never been robbed. Smith. Smith. But that was cool looking. That looks AI. Mute it. Hopefully the video's not. That's what I'm worried about. All right, we can find it. Okay, I guess it shows cool stuff. All right. All the videos in this experiment are real. Okay. I made a PSA to not feed the ducks. No copyright. All right. Travolta is Irish and Italian. Let's look it up. I knew he was in Greek. I hate deep bass. It gets me perplexed. I'm not a big fan either. Listen. I like well blended, well mixed music. I hate getting in people's cars that have like freaking 22-inch subwoofers just so it goes, you know, it's just like, and you can't hear anything and your freaking hair's blowing everywhere and stuff like that. Like, I mean, I understand that's part of your culture, cool, and I appreciate the electrical engineering behind it and the use of the big ass transistors and whatnot, but like, geez, you gotta let you know. I gotta let you know every single video on YouTube has a copyright ID. Right, and I'm allowed to use certain ones because I cannot use things that have been on TV or available for sale. Anything I use that's on YouTube that's not copyright claimed. And the thing is, anything that I do watch in the future could be. But some things that have been on TV or are on the have been on the radio, Spotify, they'll stop my stream, or they'll just say, like, you know, any money made from the stream is given to the copyright holder. So I trust me, I had to take a class. Yeah, and mine are too, right? Like, and that's like, it gets rough. But the stuff through the content ID, if I play something and just to play it, and it's not registered with the Library of Congress, I don't have to worry about going to court for it and stuff. I can say, no, I transformed it, but the AI will find it and say, this was in your video. Yeah, you're right. That bass has a broken speaker sound. Yeah. So we don't have blue bike taxis. Why don't we have bike taxis? Like, you mean like what's it called? Like what are the two wheels in the back, one wheel in the front, bicycle things, rickshaws? Is that what they're called? Because they're good people and they've been here a while. We are the mods. We are the mods. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's not give it. The big thing I'm worried about is the music stuff, because they like copyrighted music. Like this song here is on Spotify, and it's on Apple Music and whatnot. It says the video's on for you. We can't watch this. Yeah, I'm gonna get myself in trouble. Yeah, like people that are doing this, they've got like YouTubers. If I watch YouTuber stuff, they understand. They understand how that stuff works. They understand. They want other people to see stuff and stuff like that. But when big companies are involved, like record companies and whatnot, they want every penny, and they'll throw $100,000 lawyer at getting freaking $60. I love a loud bass sound. How bass does not sound like a Gibson. I agree. Listen, I love well done music. That does. But the whole thing is the lyrics and stuff that are trash, and the hip hop like overdone, just bass sounds that like you can't hear anything except for your freaking brain bouncing off the inside of your skull. What up, Domination? All right, so let's find some schematics videos to watch here. That's not just somebody doing something here. There you go, Brust Pup. Thank you for doing it, brother. Thank you for tagging me in it. I'll like and leave a comment on anybody that wants to post a video and tag me in it, or post and tag me in it. Aphids, got a few of my cowpeas. Yeah, it's soapy water. That's what you want to spray on, soapy water. Yeah, the trash lyrics makes a man cringe. Yeah, dude. And like now that we're finding out, like apparently, allegedly, a bunch of like the really crap hip hop that's been coming out the past like 10 years. Like that's got like a billion streams, millions of views. That's apparently was paid for somehow through USAID money. They were like to help push up the community. They were botting views and botting streams, and that's why you'll see a lot of like rappers that they can't sell out venues. They have to cancel because they can't sell enough seats. Not sell out, but can't even sell enough seats to do the show. And even though they got 1 billion streams on Spotify because they were botted. Use IPM. Have you heard of funk, BC? Yeah. Definitely heard of funk. Absolutely. Soap and fragrant oils, IPM. Okay. Yeah, you don't need the fragrance so much, but if you use like a fragrant oil or something like citronella, if you want to try it to keep them away, but soap works. Okay. All right, the core, brother. Propaganda, push crap, brain rot, well rot people's brains. Bought and paid for. All right, let me check something. Brust Pup, I remember that dude. I remember this dude doing a lot of stuff back in the day. SALT. I think it stands for insecticide pest management. Sounds good to me. Some of those rap songs do have good lyrics. Some of those have a gazillion words. Right. But I'm talking about like the mumble rap stuff and the stuff that's just the same song 600 times. Smack that bitch, bang that hoe. I'm gonna bring and find my ops and shoot them in the forehead. Integrated pest management. Don't use it if it was on your skin. It will end up in your bloodstream as well. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm talking about on plants. So if you have aphids on your plants, you can spray it with like a natural soap. I actually can grab the bottle if you want to see what it is. and the soap and water, and then that puts a barrier on there that they can't adhere to. They can't climb and whatnot, so it's irritant for them. And it's not toxic to the food or to us. Fine. Castile soap. Castile soap is what it's called. I like rappers who confess to crimes in their lyrics. Right. You probably drink it. Yeah. Yeah, you probably don't want to. It'll probably wash out your intestinal lining, but... I saw a really cool demonstration of this guy. He used a violin bow on a plate instead of hooking it up to a speaker like they're doing. They just had a metal plate that was just mounted, and he took a violin bow and he went across it, and then where he put his fingers on there, he could change the patterns by dampened it out. It was made by Athena, which is a cannabis nutrient brand. There you go. Get you some cannabinoids. All right, let's see what we're doing next. That's right. And the news and the freaking culture is wondering why so many people are getting in trouble and don't mind going to extreme violence for freaking minor altercations and stuff. It's absolutely wackadoodle. Just one sip. My oldest known song. The craziest things doctors removed from inside people.
How the heck did
You
that
got
get in
aura.
the appendix? Here are
Like you're
some
back
more
in
of
a
the most
giant
bizarre things
hole.
ever found by doctors in the human body. It was only a matter of time given how many kids were playing with
What
them.
about Mothman?
But in 2017, a fidget spinner meant an unexpected trip to the emergency room.
A fidget
A
spinner?
10-year-old girl was playing with a noisy toy
Last
that was
time I
the bane of
assembled
teachers
ancient
everywhere
Sumerian
when she
tablet.
realized it had gotten dirty, so she decided to clean it.
Oops.
And naturally, the best way to do that was to stick it in her mouth and suck it clean while riding home with her mother. But the bumpy car ride jolted her, and the next thing she knew, she had swallowed the metal disc. She was choking. Her mother rushed her to the hospital, and doctors were able to perform endoscopic surgery and free her esophagus. Fidget spinners faded from the public eye soon after this incident, as
I need to
worries about
clean
the
it by
popular
sticking
toy
it in
being
my
a choking
mouth.
hazard increased.
Like,
But
oh,
for
what
most
you need to
kids, the
clean.
most likely danger was only going to be a sprained finger or two. But some people have swallowed more dangerous things. When a Croatian man went to the hospital for x-rays, doctors discovered something
lighter?
truly shocking: an intact lighter sitting in his stomach. And it had apparently been sitting there for a full 17 months. It all started when he was arrested on suspicion of smuggling drugs and decided he really didn't want to lose his lighter. Naturally, this concerned the doctor. Lighters are full of toxic chemicals,
Oh, he
and
had
the
the
stomach
drugs in the
acid
lighter.
might have caused the device to break down and leak. After no doubt having a few minutes of confusion at the x-ray, the doctor put the man under and used a snake-like device to remove the lighter in a minimally invasive
Jeez.
operation.
I think the worst
And there
piece
they
ever
found
found
out
is
that this
death
crook was
metal and
smarter than the
EDM
average
jelly
smuggler.
crap.
He had wrapped the lighter in cellophane, keeping it protected for the duration of its stay in his stomach, and probably saving his life. Not smart enough to give up on the lighter when arrested, though. And sometimes when you stare at the x-ray, it stares
I would like a
back.
visit to ancient
These
Sumeria.
days,
Me
certain
too.
characters
Me
are
too.
everywhere. Few more than
That's how
SpongeBob
she becomes a
SquarePants.
disco
The friendly
cat.
sponge is on lunchboxes, t-shirts, and even theme parks. But he's not supposed to be on x-rays, which is why it was all the more surprising when a 16-month-old boy's throat trouble revealed a familiar face on the x-ray. It was the
No
Bikini Bottom
way.
resident, grinning away. But although the image was more like a horror movie reveal, the actual cause was a lot more mundane. The boy's older sister had a SpongeBob pendant, and the curious little boy
Oh,
got his
so they
hands
showed
on
the
it
real
and
one.
promptly swallowed it. Doctors were able to remove the pendant easily, and the little boy had a clear airway once again. But the family likely had a different taste in cartoons after this close call. Sometimes getting too active can have its drawbacks. The Misfit Shine is a popular tool for tracking physical activity, and in South Korea it's even common for kids to wear it.
It's time
One
to plant
13-year-old
carrots
girl
and
got
discuss
a
the
little
many
too into it,
cookbooks
wearing
in
it
the
during
era
running,
of the-
bicycling,
era
and
of
even
the
swimming.
pilgrim. It
But
feels
it was
like I
that
have
last one that
flames
proved to
in my
bring her a
side.
little too much activity.
Sir, your stomach is inflamed.
The tracker in her mouth to keep it running while she was swimming laps around the pool, and promptly swallowed it. She rushed to the doctor where
Would
they
she
advised
swallow?
her to let it pass on its own. Uncomfortable but safe. But after more than a day, it stayed lodged exactly where it was. The doctors broke out their trusty endoscope and managed to lasso it out, removing it the same way it came in. The girl didn't suffer any serious ill effects, but most surprisingly, the misfit shine was still ticking away. Maybe the producer should cut an advertisement. Takes a licking from stomach acid and keeps on ticking. But that's far from the most embarrassing thing people have swallowed.
I'm sure
It might be a
B2B
teenage
swallowed
rite of
worse.
passage.
I
Two
love
sweethearts
EDM,
are
drum and
making
bass,
out,
the
and
chill,
one of them
classic,
accidentally
funky
swallows the
kind,
other's gum.
with
Ew.
piano,
But
trumpet,
they've got
violin.
nothing on these two.
Listen. I'm not. The what I think the worst music we've made is mumble rap. Like even like death metal and stuff. Like it takes someone to play the instrument well. Mumble rap doesn't require key, doesn't require like even really like any rhythm, and nothing like fantastical, you know. And it's like it just like yeah, and it doesn't require any human intervention to or like human abilities. You don't have to like at least like if you're playing death metal, you got to hit the strings and put your finger in the right place and do it quickly, which is pretty impressive. I don't listen to death metal, but you know, I mean, but seeing somebody go stuff like that rather than just like ops. This is words. You are currently reading words on a screen. These words consist of letters of the English alphabet.
Two young at heart lovebirds. An elderly couple was kissing passionately,
And
but
it's
the
like
husband
now, like,
had failed
like
to use
now
enough
with
fixing.
like freaking like the beats, like that's why like really good hip hop artists are really good. Like they can enunciate, sing well, do odd time patterns and rhythms, and the people that are absolutely like the producers program and the beats are talented, and they use like known samples that they can blend together into a custom piece, you know, rather than just being like bitch. Oh, bitch. I must defend death metal. Cat likes death metal. Not just anyone can do death metal vocals. It actually takes a lot of technique. SpaceX will buy Cursor for $60 billion. What? Yeah, you listen. If anybody bought SpaceX, let me know what you got it for. Let's see how high it goes. Let's see what it's at today. SpaceX stock. All right, let's see. So it went in at what, 150? 161? Okay, 160 is where it hit the market, and it looks like it's doing pretty good. Looks like it's doing pretty good already. It's already over $200. So if people spent, you know, if you bought, yeah, people are making a lot of freaking money, dude. I sang Death Metal for 30 seconds. My throat would be broken for a week. All right, and people tore doing that. So every night for a freaking an hour or two.
On his dentures that morning, and they slipped off right into his wife's mouth
Drums
and
that
down her
fast?
throat. The next thing she knew,
Like
she
I
had her
like
husband's
rock,
false teeth
you
in
know.
her
I like
digestive
some
tract.
alternative
And a
rock
crazy
stuff
story to
too.
explain to
Like
the
I
doctor,
like
no
some
doubt.
punk rock
The
too.
curved
You
shape
know,
of the dentures makes
I
them
like a
tricky
bunch
to
of guys
remove
getting
and prone to
together
getting
and
lodged
making
in dangerous
freaking
places.
kick-ass
So the doctor
songs.
opted
Like I
for
like,
surgery.
yeah.
She made a full recovery, but no matter how much those dentures were washed off, we're guessing her
swallowed
husband
her
decided
dentures.
to get a new pair. This one has happened often enough, you'd think Romeo's would know better. Is there any more dramatic way to propose than putting the ring on top of an
so
elegant dessert?
dumb.
Well, just better hope your sweetheart doesn't have an overactive sweet tooth. No one wants her to bite in and wind up having to go for emergency dental surgery. But for one woman named Caitlin Whipple,
Words
things
can
went
be
from bad to worse.
capitalized.
She didn't even bother to
Capitalization.
chew. She swallowed
Is the process of making a letter larger than other letters. Every sentence begins with a capital letter. Except for iPhones are phones. That starts with a lowercase letter. B2B. That starts with the lowercase letter. The guy from Avenged Sevenfold had to learn how to properly do metal vocals earlier in his career because he was destroying his voice. Yeah, that happens a lot, right? Cannibal Corpse was different. Yeah, I remember Cannibal Corpse. Machados. That's his name. Machados. Decide the most anti-Jesus band ever. Decide the most I don't know, brother. I don't listen to him. I can't stand Cannibal Corpse. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Followed her intended.
There's a band called Rotting Christ. I hate that name, and it's a shame that they're a Greek band. G.G. Allen is definitely up there. Jeez. Me and my brother were supposed to go see him on Halloween 99, 96, whatever year he died. He died a few months before the show. No, he's saying there's a band called Deicide. Yes. I've heard that before. I forgot the band, but G.G. Allen's band. Yeah, I think it was just called G.G. Allen. G.G. Allen. Like G.G. Allen and the Somebodies? No, G.G. Allen's band. Fuji Allen. G.G. Allen, American punk rock musician, performed many groups during his career. They kept breaking up. Jesus Christ Allen, was an American punk rock musician. Self-mutilation, defecating on stage. Look at that guy, brother. All right, when did he die? Final days. When was his death date? 99. Oh, no, 93. 93, age 36. Yep. Yeah. The lead singer Glenn Benton had an inverted cross burned into his forehead. He always claimed he was going to unalive himself. Yeah, right. He was supposed to unalive himself on Halloween on stage, October 31st, 1993. But he didn't make it that far. He OD'd instead. I was about to pound on your door and correct you through the wall, Richard. G.G. Allen and the Sweeties. Legacy. Video footage of the Soundcheck concert and aftermath of his final performance, which happened on the day of his death, was appended to a release. Hated. What were the name of his bands, though? The toughest rock star in the world. Let's create life metal. Yeah, life metal. Alex Webster's bass was nice work. She was got some. I will never ever listen to G.G. Allen's song. He would perform naked, poop on the stage, eat it, and fight everyone, even women. And not only that, but he would also receive and pee into women's mouths and get his lollied. He was dumb. If he had actual talent, he would have done all those. Yeah, right. Yeah. I don't listen to his music, but I laugh at the shenanigans he did while I was performing. Yeah, he's crazy.
The engagement ring,
and like almost none of his shows ever ended. Like he never finished almost any of his shows. Like the police would come because he was pooping on stage and throwing it out at people and stuff like that. So then, and then a lot of times he'd be halfway through his first song, and then they flipped the breaker to kill power because it was going crazy. Yep.
Her milkshake, and didn't even notice until her boyfriend stared in shock. When he tried to warn her, she laughed it off, assuming it was a prank, until he convinced her to get an x-ray. And there was the ring in her stomach. The small piece of jewelry passed naturally with the help of a high-fiber diet. And we assume, after some thorough scrubbing, the hungry girl's boyfriend got down on one knee and proposed, this time without a milkshake in sight.
Jeez,
This next incident happened during a much less pleasant activity.
Yeah, something.
An dentist was hard at work on a 4-year-old boy, a difficult job in the best of times. And the unfortunate boy was undergoing a lengthy root canal.
Well, after his DVD came out, people are like, "Well, I can do that." I can't imagine being like, "Oh yeah, let me get that." Yeah, dude, punk rock going from like the Sex Pistols and the Ramones to like what it's become, and then coming down to like pop punk and like freaking Green Day and stuff. It's been a whack-a-doodle.
Now, something that's not even easy for adults.
dead
So it
Kennedys,
wasn't
the dead
surprising when
milkmen.
he suddenly moved his head.
Must have
But
gotten
he moved
around
it at the exact
that he
wrong
would throw
time.
turds at the
And the precise tool used
Some
for
people
root
wanted
canals,
it.
called a pro-taper file, went
Some people
directly down
probably
his
still
throat.
have
The sharp
pieces of
tool is so
poo
small
of
that the
his
dentist
saved in a
wasn't even sure he had
freaking
swallowed it
Camel
or
White
inhaled it into his lungs, which would be
cellophane.
a much bigger problem. But doctors managed to locate the device within his stomach, and it didn't seem to be damaging his digestive tract, so they
I like
decided
the
to wait
Sex
it
Pistols
out. And he
documentary
eventually
touring
managed to
concert
pass it
bars
safely
USA.
without
Never mind the bollocks. Here's the Sex Pistols, and what was the documentary called? Oh, I can't remember what the documentary was called. Madness Will Always Be the Best Band. Madness was a good band.
surgery being needed.
man.
But
The
that
Great
didn't
Rock and
get him
Roll
out of his
Swindle.
return visit to the dentist office. There's no shortage of bizarre things kids swallow. A 15-month-old girl in Hong Kong was rushed to the hospital after having trouble breathing. But when the doctors x-rayed her, they couldn't figure out what the object in her chest was. The first guess was a hairpin she had taken from her grandmother, but upon looking down her throat with an endoscope, they saw something shocking, literally. Whatever was in her body was capable of lighting up.
I will call
it
my
turned out to
band
be an
Cats
LED bulb,
under B12.
and it was thankfully completely
God
intact
save
because a
the
broken
Queen.
light bulb in the human
That
body
was the name
could
of their
be
album. I was talking about the movies.
fatal.
Let's
The girl
take a
was
step
okay
back and
for
appreciate
now, but the doctors had a tricky
John Bon Jovi, John Bon Jovi.
operation ahead of them to get the light bulb out of her windpipe.
She swallowed
They
a light
carefully
bulb?
removed it piece by piece using forceps, avoiding stretching her airway or causing damage to the light bulb that could cut the girl's throat.
Oh, that says an LED.
But it's not only the young who wind up with things they shouldn't have in their stomach. A 76-year-old woman had been struggling with abdominal issues for a long time, and now she was rapidly losing weight and having trouble going to the bathroom. The doctors gave her a CT scan and used a scope and discovered the shocking culprit, a felt-tip pen lurking in her
She
digestive
swallowed a
system.
felt tip
When they
pen.
asked her
Malcolm
how long it had been
McLaren
there,
booked the Sex
they got a
Pistols in the
hard-to-believe
bars. He knew it would be
response.
hostile to the band.
25
Right,
years.
he knew what he was doing. He owned a. See, this is the crazy thing about like culture. Back then, there were shops like his shop, Sex. And they had like handle the libiquita and the trans community and stuff like that, and it was always just like an underground, undercover thing. And then now it's like, hey, now that everybody from like that era is now old enough to be in politics and stuff, they're grabbing young people and promoting. It's the same people that had that mindset. The Clash was way better than the Sex Pistols. I don't know. John Bon. There was a popular YouTuber called Turd Flinging Monkey. I think I remember that. The Clash knew how to play the instruments. Yeah, they did. Yep, it's my life, and it's now or never. I ain't gonna live forever. I did it my way. Sid Vicious, when he left the Sex Pistols and started his band, he did a cover of My Way. She's walking out like, now I feel like I'm only 89. Yeah, now I feel like 89.
Years. When she was only 51, she was trying to scratch her tonsils with a pen, slipped, and accidentally swallowed it.
When she was
She tried to tell the doctors
51?
and her husband, but they couldn't find any evidence.
was
of
trying
the
to
pen.
scratch her
They told
tonsils
her
with
she
a
must
pen?
be imagining it. The pen had miraculously stayed intact all those years, never leaking into her stomach and potentially poisoning her. While her symptoms were relatively minor, doctors decided to remove the pen and gave her
bet
ammo
this
for the
cover
world's
sucked.
biggest "I told you so"
Yeah.
at home.
It was definitely punk
But some
rock.
people wind up in an uncomfortable situation due to bad judgment calls.
It's actually pretty punk rock. I liked it a lot. It wasn't good. I mean, it wasn't awesome, but like you should watch the video, Cat. The Sid Vicious My Way video. Bald doctors. Homer had a crayon in his brain. That's punk. So punk rock.
When an 18-year-old woman went to the hospital to tell the doctor she had swallowed
Yeah, it's definitely because he can't sing.
her toothbrush,
He couldn't
they
play
quickly
bass either.
investigated and found a massive 8-inch dental implement lurking in her stomach. Fortunately, the toothbrush was blunt on both ends and wasn't damaging her digestive system, but it did stand the risk of obstructing progress through there, so the doctors removed it with the scope. She made a full recovery, but the reasoning behind
Why
it
are
winding
women
up there was a
swallowing
little more
pens
troubling.
and freaking
After talking with the
toothbrushes
doctor, she
and whatnot?
confessed that she had a
It's a
serious
great
eating
video,
disorder
yeah, it's
and
well
had been
done.
using the toothbrush to induce vomiting, and was eventually sent home with a clean bill of health and likely a referral for counseling. Her accidental swallowing mishap might have wound up saving her life. But no one failed failed to spot check worse than this next guy.
Now
Not
the
only are you
end
locked
is
up,
near, and so I'll face the final curtain. You can't, I am not the queer. I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. You give love a bad name.
Odds are they're going to confiscate all your stuff. So much for keeping up on your streaming shows. And the odds are you're going to lose the argument with Stabby Joe about what to
Regrets.
watch. Not
I've
only
had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do. I enjoy listening to Bob Vila records. He was a yodeler. Yodeler. Plus Ultra loves Richard. I love you too, Plus.
locked up. The odds are they're going to confiscate all your stuff. So much for keeping up on your streaming shows. And the odds are you're going to lose the argument with Stabby Joe about what to watch on the common room TV. But one Irish prisoner went a little too far with trying to keep his phone. He swallowed it before he was taken into custody, no doubt hoping to pass it naturally and then use it in his cell after a thorough scrubbing. However, the unfortunate inmate's digestive system became obstructed and he had to be taken to the hospital to get it removed. Doctors tried to use a scope to pull it through his esophagus, but it kept on getting stuck, and they wound up having to perform stomach surgery to remove it. But hey, that's a lengthy recovery period, and maybe the hospital had something good on TV. Those
Did
are
Henry
all bizarre
Rollins do
cases, but some
steroids?
happen
Yeah.
often.
yeah.
What's one of
Have
those
you met-
dangerous
I have not.
objects to
I have not.
accidentally swallow? It's not poison.
no,
it's
I have
the
not.
humble
No,
toothpick. After all, it seems kind of ridiculous that we're sticking sharpened pieces of wood in our mouths so often, when even a split-second startle could make us swallow them. But there are other reasons that toothpicks are so dangerous. Their sharp, long structure means they could easily get stuck in a narrow pathway like the esophagus or intestine and cause internal bleeding.
Regrets.
They also won't show up on CT
I've
scans
had
or
a
ultrasounds
few,
because they're made of wood
but
and don't
then
register the
again,
same way. That means that when
too
doctors hear
few
someone
to
swallow the toothpick,
mention.
odds are they're going in for surgery and to remove
Oh,
it before
dude.
it makes its way out of the digestive lining the hard way. But one food item is much more dangerous if ingested. You're digging your way through a piece of trout when suddenly it happens. A fish
You
bone
knew
stuck
John
in your
Bon Jovi's
throat.
cousin?
It's only seconds before you're able to cough it up, but they feel like hours.
John Bovey's?
And now you really don't feel like going back to your dinner.
Who's
This is
John
probably
Bovey?
the luckiest outcome of swallowing a fish bone. Studies show that fish bones are the most common foreign body to choke on or swallow in Asia, and they're particularly dangerous for a few reasons. For one thing,
My
they're
fish
organic
bone.
matter and won't show up easily.
Who's the
on
best
scans.
singer you've
They're
heard?
also well hidden, often pale and thin, and someone can easily swallow one while digging into a relaxing dinner. But the real problem comes when they actually make their way into the esophagus and beyond. While beef or pork bones are hard and unlikely to swallow, fish bones are
tune in
thin
to
and sharp,
Barbados.
and some can be long enough that they can actually damage the heart from the esophagus if they're pointing in the wrong direction.
Best
After
singer.
eating, during eating, even before eating, this item can be dangerous if swallowed. Cleaning the grill can
The
be
best singer. Yeah, Chris Cornell was good. Yeah. There are a lot of people choking on fish. So yeah, right. right. That's shocked. Right. Absolutely. Mostly in Asia, when eating freaking sushi and fish and, let's see, best singer. I mean, listen, I've got different, like if we're talking about like extreme talent, like I really liked Glenn Danzig. Like he, like if you like his music or not, like, I mean, but he's got a lot of different stuff, but he was a really good singer. Whitney Houston, Frank Sinatra, Andrea Bocelli. Yeah, Glenn Danzig has got to be up there, but I like freaking Roy Orbison, and him and Glenn Danzig worked together. Glenn Danzig wrote a song for him. But I mean, there's a lot. Like I like what's his face? What's his name? Country guy, the country rock and roll guy, of Ring of Fire. Like I like stuff like that too. But like for like skill, Glenn Danzig has got like a range and like a really Well, what's your answer, Jim? Morgan Wallen? Danzig 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I like Danzig 1, 2, 3. It's 4 and 5. I didn't really listen to the Black Aria. But Danzig 1, 2, and 3. 1 and 2, like Lucifuge and Danzig 1, I could sing. We could play them right now, and I could sing beginning to end each album, each word, each song, and I could hit almost every note. But he's a better singer than me, obviously, because he created that. I'm a pretty good singer, like on my own stuff. But like I also like the Doors. I like Jim Morrison's voice. I guess that's why I like Danzig's voice too, because they said he sounds like like if Jim Morrison and Elvis had a baby. A lot of people like James Hetfield, especially nowadays. I liked him older. I liked him before he tried to get all like what's going on. The guy from Cannibal Corpse. Barry White's good one. Yeah, Danzig 4 was the most depressing. Yeah. Ronnie James Dio, Steve Perry, Bruce Dixon, Axl Rose. But Danzig goes, he got that like growl. Impossible to say who's the best. Ernest Tubb is a horrible singer, but the way he sings the songs is awesome. Yeah. Dio means God in Italian. Dean Martin. I did not know that. Oh, maybe I did know that. I think I did know that. I'm recalling a conversation that we had about that before. Italian for God. Yeah, I think I did know that. I think I'm remembering a conversation of somebody telling me that. Yeah, Mark Wahlberg. Not a huge fan of his singing. But I'm trying to think of a woman that like there was some really good women like Frente. I can't remember her name. The woman that the girl that sang in Frente. She was a good singer. Yeah, Bryan Adams pretty good too. He was cute in them Calvin Klein's. He's cute. He looked good in them Calvin Klein. Don't tell me. Aretha Franklin. Yeah, no, she had a set of pipes on her really good. But like, it's very few people that triggered me to want to listen to the songs. Like a lot of musicians today, they're just so blah. Like I don't want to see more of their work to see what they do with different like topics and stuff. Like people aren't that creative in their singing. They try to make up for it in their lyrics and whatnot. But yeah, Carole King, yeah, she was good. Ever since you should never call a singer, and since you should never call a singer God, he literally cursed his whole audience. Man, bastard. Adele, yeah, Adele's pretty good too. Yeah, is that your favorite, Jim? Which one's your favorite? The Keyboard Player and Typo Negative was a band with him. People used to say I sounded like that guy when I sang low. Is it Whitney Houston? Now I'm gonna shut this debate down. Yeah, Yoko Ono. Jeez, well, that's it. Game over. We done won it. Muscle Shoals. Yoko Ono. What a freaking jeez, man. Like that, like, dude, it's just like if you act snobby and mysterious enough, you're just like, you don't understand how great my art is because you are too under me. Chuck Berry loved Yoko. Please tell me. Chuck Berry experiencing full cringe from Yoko's terrible singing. When John Lennon and Chuck Berry, why would this is like when you start hearing that stuff about like the selling your soul to like the Illuminati type stuff. Like, you ever heard the thing where they say they put you with like an ugly just blah woman, and it's like it's like you think like Lennon, John Lennon. He was like, look, I really want my band to do good, and they were like, you're stuck with her. He's like, no. So like he's got to experience like Adam Carolla is the best Yoko impersonation. Yoko freaking Ono. What did we get into? All right, let's see. I wrote Adam Carolla. I'm trying to find it. Adam Carolla. Yeah. Oh, can't find it. I am sarcasm 93.4% of the time. Ann Wilson. Dang. Oh boy.
Be a painful experience as you scrub like crazy to get every last bit of that burned grease out of there before grill season.
People swallow grill brush bristles.
But make sure you keep your mouth closed while you do it, especially if you're using one of those grill brushes with metal bristles. They're one of the most common foreign bodies to swallow, causing almost 1,700 emergency room visits between 2002 and 2014. But no one's intentionally eating them, right? We hope not, but that doesn't always protect people.
Have you ever heard of pica, where people eat like their hair and stuff like that? Consumption of non-food substances. All right, let's finish watching this real quick.
Vigorous scrubbing can knock some of those bristles loose, especially if that brush has been used many times, and someone can accidentally inhale those small, sharp bristles without even noticing. Because they can easily get stuck in the tissue of the digestive system, it usually takes an invasive operation to find and remove them. So it might be a good time to switch
and
out
imagine
your
them putting you in an MRI and that thing ripping through your body. Terrible singers can sing some of the best rock and roll country songs.
Kids swallow all sorts of...
Right. Well, this is where personality in performance really pays. You know,
especially if they're small and round.
If you can,
shaped like candy, must be candy, right?
Just
Toddlers have been swallowing
like you
buttons
might
for
be
decades.
short or ugly or got a big nose or whatever, big ears. You can make up for it in other things. It's the same thing with talent. You know, like, yeah. Have you ever used something abrasive and feel like it's in your teeth, the skin start to itch? Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Like you have little fiberglasses stuck in? Yeah, absolutely, Ben. One French fry for you. I shall take a baked potato. Make all simply red. No soup for you. The person that MRI with the toothbrush must have had a hard time singing. Guaranteed.
And the advice to parents is usually the same.
Probably a vibrating
Keep an eye out
toothbrush.
for it to show up in the diaper. The joys of parenthood, right? But one type of button is a very different story. Button batteries. The type that's used to
they'll
power
cook
many
you.
portable devices. These are lithium-ion batteries that are packed with electricity and toxic chemicals. And doctors have advised parents whose child swallows one to rush them to the hospital immediately. Not only can those get stuck and cause choking,
I saw
but the
a
exposure to liquid
Amy
can
Lee
cause electrical
or
and chemical burns.
Maria
When a 3-year-old swallowed one of those button batteries, he required
So I saw a demonstration where they talked about button batteries and people swallowing them, and they took a piece of ham or bologna, sliced deli sliced ham or bologna, and they just took it and just like folded it over, and it just starts cooking because it heats up so hot.
emergency
Amy
surgery,
Lee, I don't
and
know
it was
who
several
Amy Lee is. Oh, Evanescence. Bring me to life. Wake me up inside. Can't wake up. Wake me up inside. Save me. Call my name and save me from the dark. Whew. Yeah, sorry. Pull my hair aside. Brush my teeth and shave me from. I'm the best ceiling drawer in Saudi Arabia. I draw ceilings that look realistic. I'm afraid to draw floors. Maria Brinkley. Richard, that was loud, man. Yep, sure was.
Weeks before his throat was completely healed, doctors estimate that there's a 2-hour ticking clock to remove the battery before it becomes life-threatening. But some people have wound up with truly bizarre things in all parts of their bodies. It's a rite of passage
don't listen
for kids.
to
You
In
lose
This
a
Moment
tooth, you
because of
put it
that.
under your pillow, the tooth fairy pays a visit and
this
pays market rate. But what if a kid really wants to keep their tooth and isn't taking any payment? One little girl had an uncomfortable way of keeping her tooth hidden. She stuck it in her ear. Unfortunately, it went in a little too deep, and she was soon complaining of a serious earache. After her parents weren't able to remove it at home, they took her to the doctor, where it was removed using tools, making it
Moving Tools. Actually, I do like one of their songs, but I generally avoid them. If you swallowed a battery, if you swallowed a battery, your body would probably puke it out pretty quick. Yeah. I would hope. Hear me laughing through. I did not hear you laughing through the wall. This is my favorite song ever. Oh yeah, you posted something earlier. I forgot to get to it. Plus, is this the same one from earlier? You can post the other one. I didn't see it.
Ducks and geese and ducks and geese.
Please do not feed the ducks and geese.
The poop they leave is full of grease.
I don't want to call the duck police.
That duck is sick, just look at it.
You should never have fed it bread.
That goose is wreck, its crazy neck.
Looks like it's almost dead.
Ducks and geese. And ducks and geese.
It's a Plus Ultra original. I made this in Vancouver. That's by Carcouver. Ducks
probably
and
the
geese.
first tooth extraction ever performed on an ear. We wonder if she ever did wind up getting that payment from the tooth fairy. Hopefully the fairy didn't ask where it had been. But it's not the strangest thing found in an ear. A 12-year-old boy had ear problems of his own. Not only was he suffering from ear pain and couldn't hear properly out of it, but he could swear he felt something moving around in there. The boy was taken to the doctor, who used a pair of tweezers and removed a full-sized moth from his ear canal. Not only that, the moth was still alive and tried to fly away. This might have been a case of the moth looking for a nice place to hide and getting stuck. Those ears are not a good vacation
Dude,
home.
that kid's gonna have
The ears are an
trauma
inviting
from
target,
that, boy.
but the eyes are also vulnerable.
Imagine
A
waking
United
up
King-
after a dream thinking there's shit in your ears again. That was nice. Ducks and gee. Ducks and gee. Oh, wow. I can't listen to this.
The woman came into the doctor for surgery to remove her cataracts, but the doctor noticed something very strange.
See you later, cat.
She had an odd blue lump on her eye. Was this some sort of growth? The woman wore contact lenses but didn't have
She
any
had
other known
75
health
of them in
conditions
there.
besides cataracts. The doctor investigated and they were shocked by what they found. The lump was a collection of contact lenses, 27 in total. The 67-year-old woman had just been adding one
67.
contact lens onto the others for who knows how long. And, well, they all became fused together by the mucus in her eyes. The doctors
Jeez.
carefully
I'll show
removed
you
them
one
and
of
her
my
eyes
favorite
recovered.
voices.
But
Should
the
be
doctors
back
likely
there.
shared this story over several
Nine cat
stiff drinks
ducks
that
and
night.
geese had a duck
It wasn't
fight.
the worst
Duck
judgment
pulled out a
call someone
kitchen
made about
knife
putting
and
something in
geese
their
said
body.
no and
A
pulled it out.
25-year-old prison inmate was brought in with extreme stomach pain, and the doctors investigated with x-rays. They found a collection of razor blades stuck in his body, and the inmate actually admitted that he had swallowed them. Maybe he had tried to use this risky tactic to get out of prison, and it worked for a time. The inmate wasn't very smart,
Where
but
did
he
he
was
get the razor
extremely
blades?
lucky. Somehow, the razor blades had all lodged in his appendix, the least necessary organ in the body. After a routine appendectomy, he was on the mend. And
Yeah,
headed
so
right
this
back
is
to the
4
Husqvarna.
years ago when we still didn't know what the appendix did. Ducks and geese, ducks and geese. It's a banger. It's a banger. Goody nighty.
One guy took eating things that weren't food to a whole new level. Todd Robbins was a traveling entertainer in the 1980s known for one particularly crazy trick. He could eat almost anything. While he wasn't as versatile as the legendary Michael Lotito, who once ate a whole plane, Robbins had a specialty.
I remember
he
that.
loved to eat light bulbs, and not just swallowing them whole like that unfortunate baby. He would crunch the large light bulbs like they were a nice juicy apple. While this could normally
Anything
result in
for
fatal
fame.
injuries, as even a slight piece of glass out of place could cause fatal tears in the digestive tract, Robbins didn't have any such problem. The sideshow magician had a mystery technique that allowed him to eat them safely, in a similar way that sword swallowers avoid damage to their insides. And he continues to pull off his trademark trick to this day. His insides are as strong as ever, but his dentist continues to make a killing. Robin says he occasionally chips teeth on the glass.
Jeez.
And dating back decades, he wasn't the only person to pull off this crazy trick. Chaz Chase was a star in the days of vaudeville, where you either sank or swam live on stage. And Chase had one trick that killed every time, eating cigarettes.
Not
tasty or healthy, but it didn't
Like
seem
he's
too
a
harmful,
wimp.
right? Except that before swallowing each cigarette, Chase would light it and swallow the flame, doing this hundreds or possibly thousands of times over his long career. When this trick wore a little thin, he stepped up his act, swallowing flaming cigars live on stage. While he also ate other objects like cardboard and flowers, nothing killed quite like his fiery act. But it nearly got him into trouble with border control once. When visiting the land down under, Australian border authorities stopped him. He was carrying so many cigarettes that they assumed he was a smuggler, not a performer. But his odd habit didn't seem to hurt him.
They have a
Chase
duck
lived to a
pond in their
healthy
local
82
VA
years
hospital. The
old.
ducks and geese are so
But no
cool.
one made a career out of
I'm a
eating
fan.
things like one man.
I'm a fan.
Michael
I used to work at the Maryland Zoo in Baltimore, and it was a stop-by place for the Canadian geese. They would come in by the thousand and just land everywhere. And then we were setting up for a wedding because we had like this area that, you know, in the zoo, it had like this big lake and whatnot, pond, whatever. And the ducks shit all over everything. So we had a couple hours to pressure wash everything, get fans out there to dry everything off. Well, if you like ducks and geese, subscribe to my channel. It's mostly ducks and geese. It is.
Tito
Subscribe to
might
Buzz
have been
Ultra.
known for eating a plane, but that was far from his only trick. The man who was known for eating anything became famous for one stunt after another, including eating a total of 18 bicycles over the many years of his career. His stomach lining
he
was
had
twice as thick
like
as the average
metal
person,
snips,
and
and
he
he would
kept
just
his throat
take
nice and
chunk off
slippery
and
with a
eat it
hefty
piece by
daily
piece by
dose of
piece.
mineral oil. But he had to worry
There
about
you
the
go.
impact of this unusual
William's
diet on
newest
his
subscriber to Plus
health. And
Ultra.
as he was getting older, he dealt with it the only way he could, eating an entire coffin, handles and all. Did this make him feel better about his mortality? We don't know, but we don't think it scared off the Grim Reaper, because Michael Lotito eventually died of natural causes after winning an award for the world's strangest diet from the Guinness Book of World Records. But some people took their bad habits to the extreme. When a 62-year-old Frenchman came into the emergency room complaining of stomach pain,
looks French.
the doctors were shocked to find a huge mass in his stomach. He went under the knife to remove it and make sure it wasn't cancer, and the doctors were stunned to find 350 coins in his stomach, making him the closest any human being has ever come to being a piggy
What
bank.
up, Andy?
The man had pica, a condition that makes people ingest objects that
pica.
aren't actually food, but few take it to this extreme of a level. He recovered fully from surgery, was given the opportunity to seek counseling and get his disorder under control, but more importantly, he got all his change back. Hopefully, they fully cleaned it with a better place to store it. But one woman got an unwelcome surprise in her daily snack. Some people just can't keep their thoughts to themselves when they see you eating a hot dog. How could you eat that? You don't even know what's in it. But that turned out to be true for one woman more than average, because she didn't just eat some mysterious meat parts. Her Costco hot dog had something
I've already
hard
subscribed.
that she
I
only
already will,
noticed
yeah.
when she
Oh,
swallowed
there you
it, and soon found another similar object in her hot dog, and then was shocked to discover that it was a bullet. When she went to the doctor, they advised her that she would pass it naturally and she didn't need surgery. While she recovered with no ill
What did
effects, it
she
left everyone
swallowing the hot dog without eating it? How did she not know there was a bolt in it? Did she not chew?
with one lingering question. How do two bullets get into a hot dog?
Oh, a
Best
bullet!
guess is a meat processing mishap, where the animal it came from still had some stray bullets in it that made their way into that delicious mystery meat sausage.
Dang.
Some
she
people
sang
really
the
didn't think
American
things through
national
before they
anthem,
made a
something
move.
like that. Oh, okay.
When a man came into a hospital complaining of a stuck candle, doctors weren't prepared for what they found. A foot-long candle inserted firmly into the man's rectum. Turns out he had been trying to reach his prostate, only for it to get stuck a little too deep and then disappear into his digestive tract. The doctor set out to remove it, but there was one problem. It was starting to melt. It may not have been a fire when he inserted it, we hope, but with that human body at 98.6 degrees, it was starting to get soft in a hurry, meaning the doctors had a tricky and sticky procedure ahead of them. But for bad ideas, nothing tops this last choice.
She was your
An
only
ER
fan.
doctor came home one day with the scariest story he had ever encountered in medicine. A man had been suffering from a painful and itchy hemorrhoid and was seeking anything to relieve his pain.
No.
He found something that literally scratched that itch.
I thought it was gonna be a
An old
cactus.
50 caliber bullet that he had in his
Nearly
firearms
killed
collection.
him.
But one day, while
Yep.
using that bullet to
I
probe
don't
his
feel I'll
rear
be
end, it
subscribed,
slipped in
bro.
a
I'm not
little
trying to
too
develop a
deep
channel.
and vanished up his rectum. He went to the hospital, and after x-rays confirmed the bullet, the hospital went into crisis mode. The bullet was live, and one wrong move could cause the machine gun caliber bullet to explode. An arms team was called in to defuse things and ensure the doctors were able to remove the bullet
They
safely.
did that to embarrass him. They didn't need to bring all that in for a bullet.
And the victim and doctors eventually made it home safely.
Now he's at home. He's just like, dude sticks bullet in his butt trying to scratch a hemorrhoid, and a freaking SWAT team needed to show up.
After a far more harrowing day than proctologists were ever taught to expect in medical school. One more shocking stories from the medical...
That's crazy, crazy. All right, let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Jim. Uh-oh. That's pretty good. Now, put back the freaking... She had to take off the COVID mask to bust that out 5 years ago. I can't believe y'all didn't grow up watching this movie. If I heard something like it's in the museum, I didn't see you sang it, I'd be scared to death singing some goddess and come alive. Man. That's me. Ducks and geese. Alright, yeah, I guess we're done with the Pika thing. Suzanne Boyle, yeah, she was pretty good too. I mean, we can't listen to her, unfortunately, but you know, she did pretty good too. Alright, let's see, let's go back here. Let's watch something else. Okay, we're going to wind the night down, so let's watch something chill. Alright. Yeah, she's not really 107. She grabs everybody's ding-a-lings. Yeah, this is so freaking cool. We watched that the other day, though. Holy crap. Michael the Miracle Boy. Jeez, look at that dude. Play Freebird. Oh, I can't watch it. Born with no... Mom of two, born without eyes. Holy crikey. Wow. Wow. That's freaking crazy. And how did you manage to have two kids? I guess she didn't need to see anything to do it. I wonder if her husband's ugly. And some people are just useless. That's very true. That's very true. I don't mind about being yeah. You're all right. Infected brain, rabies. Oh, how Indians handle millions of tons of temple offerings. Asian rednecks racing modified rice tractors. Oh, I thought. Oh, Asian rednecks. Let's see. My parents always said I was useless, and my parents were never wrong. Rolling coal. What is that? A rice tractor. All right. Look at that. Oh, I was thinking rice burner, like when they thought, okay, gotcha. That's so crazy. You know your parents didn't want you? I know why, man. Gotcha. No, that's cool. Let's see what happens. high speed freaking. But my brother is gay, borderline crackhead, so I think I gained some points. Yeah, that'll help gain some points with the parents. So how's your brother? Gay, borderline crackhead. All right, what you guys gonna do? Racing the cheapest handmade rice tractors in Thailand. Look at the spikes on them wheels. They look like little helicopters. That's freaking so crazy. So, I guess I have to watch. Lil Toilet, brother. More like gain some points. Dun, 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 dun. Let's do some cool races. Like, yeah. Ties do some cool racing stuff, brother. Got him. Gained. Look like you gained some weight. Oh, look at that dirtying up the wheels. Come on, guys, get out there. You could have started from the starting line. Doesn't look very fast. Welcome to the onion world. My brother races rice tractors in Thailand, so I could never compare. Jeez, onions are dope. What the hell is going on here? Are they putting it back together? There's some chunky welds. Richard's favorite rapper is Garth Brooks. Looks similar, but our Swamp Buggy race at Torso. Okay, Nirvana is a good band. I don't give a what anybody says. I'm over it. What's going on, Tommy? In Danish garlic, it's called white onion. Racist. I hope you didn't pay for street prices for those onion beats. Of course he didn't. He knows a man that knows a man. Gained some points. Pointed some gain. Man, they're not playing around. They got Chinese trophies and everything. They got bottles of water. I pirate all my onions. Onions are free if you know where to look. I've got some in my garage. What's he heating up the intake? Damn, this ain't no joke. Come on, what a horrible angle. Good old Nirvana. I'm on a plane. I can't complain. Onions are free if you're brave enough to break the law. I found a couple of onions in my belly button. Same with horses. You're supposed to share your belly onions. True. Everyone shares them with you. Toilet. Onions are not free. You grow them because you are like the water in some heat. I'm not racist. I can't help but laugh when they talk. I send a fart upon your house. I bite my thumb at you, sir. Do you bite your thumb at me, sir? Ouch. Freak out. Small dogs. Yeah, a little bit of onions on them sons of bitches. All right, let's see what we got. What we got going on here. Dude, look at this. This is freaking crazy. What about global warming? Dude. He's got his frosted tips. This is crazy. Free my brother onions. My name is Richard. And I'm a fruit. Look at these guys freaking hauling this. Damn, dude. That's freaking moving. The Indian space program is making strides. Vietnamese. This is Thailand. This is Thailand. You should check out the Isle of Man race. I have. I watched a video on it and got a copyright ding because the freaking only good video of it apparently is news footage. Yeah, that's fast though. Those guys are flying. There's a lot of people die there. They're in, it says Thailand. I thought Indian Space Station was making onions. You spelled orbits wrong. Fastest lawnmower ever. That's what this is. And they're hauling ass. Look at all the freaking people there. Dude, I would use skis. He's got to be putting a lot of drag on that thing by whatever's sticking in the back. That's so crazy. The Thai space program has developed a 2-stroke engine. Yeah, Isle of Man GT or the GG or whatever it is, it's definitely insane. It's really fast. Lots of people die. And it's like through their neighborhoods and stuff. Are they skis? I can't see what he's standing on. Okay. Oh yeah, it is skis. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is nuts. I was hoping they would. I guess it's not too bad if you wreck. Oh, you overtook him. Out your lane. That's some crazy stuff. I can only do the Isle of Women. You got your wheelbarrow low rider beat a beat. Do you think the woke Brits will change the name of the Isle of Man to Isle of Ma'am, an Isle of non-binary? They're gonna try. They're gonna try. Freaking, you guys are sexist. Why's it gotta be Isle of Man? Foe V86 versus Foe 64. I hope so. What's up, Mr. Plod? I prefer the Isle of Man where I can purchase some men. Just a glimpse into some Garson humor. Garson humor. I just walked all the way over to the window unit air conditioner, even though I have a remote control. I don't know why. I didn't realize the remote control could be used remotely to control it. I don't know where I think someone in Africa got goat race. Some animal, anyway. Kind of funny. The Darfur buggy race? Do they have one? No way. Wow.
This is what happens when you put F1 drivers in swamp buggies. Here's no good idea. These crazy machines almost have as much power as an actual Formula One car. And this ultimate drag race makes sure you get ahead. You don't want to be the person getting soaked at the back. This is what happens when you put F1 drivers in swamp buggies. Here's no good idea.
Wow. I never heard of that before. I heard of a lot of things. I ain't never heard that before. Swamp buggy racing. I Man, that's crazy stuff. Faux 64. Buggy is powered by a Faux 54 big block Chevy. This is entirely unrelated, but have you seen the Mexican exploding hammer? Never heard of it. We can check it out. Mexican Exploding Hammer Festival. No way. It's exactly what the name implies.
So we do some crazy stuff on my channel.
Freaking nuts.
Festivals, abandoned places, but right now we are walking towards one of the most insane festivals I have ever come across in my entire life.
The whitest teeth I ever came across.
Vega in Guanajuato,
what are those boat races
and
that
this
go fast?
is
They
the
catch air and
Exploding
disintegrate and hit
Hammer
the water
Festival.
again. Jet boats. Jet boats. This is your new favorite sport. Get you a hammer? I'm getting a hammer this weekend. Jeez. What are you hitting? What are they hitting?
Since today is the day of San Juan Bautista, there's normally a parade with his altar and he goes around town. Back in the day, they used to follow this parade with exploding hammers through the streets of San Juan de la Vega.
Yeah, they used to do it up in front of people's houses.
Windows
When
were
people talk
smashing.
about
It wasn't
tradition
a
and
good thing
heritage
to
and
do
shit, this
in
is
a
what they
small
mean.
town, as you can imagine.
Top
So they
fuel.
moved the exploding hammers to the middle of the
We'll
field.
check it out.
But the
I seen a
parade
guy
fell.
flying away doing it. We'll probably see something close. Holy crap. It's just an eye beam. They don't got no eye protection on.
This is the most insane thing I have ever seen in my life. There's about 100 guys out here that make homemade explosives, put them on sledgehammers. Oh, you can feel the force. You feel it in your lungs and your heart. And your
Those
chest.
are huge. Injuries are very common.
And
It's a
when there's
strange
air in your
festival
body.
and the most dangerous in the world. Oh, jeez. This goes back to the Aztec days when the god of thunder hammered from the sky. Yeah. Makes pinatas seem like they aren't pinatas or what. Mexico's absolutely insane nation. That's why I think it's a good thing, which should not change. Right. Let it stay in Mexico so we can go visit and then come back. That's crazy. Okay, you said Nitro. I typed in Boltas. Nitro boats. Top fuel hydro. Listen to that thing, dude. I did that stuff when I was a kid. Jeez. Look at those freaking rooster tails in North Korea. They play nuclear hammer. Damn. 10,000 horsepower. Turn up. Jeez. Man. Was the Aztec god of thunder the same as Thor? Were the strikes because probably. Yeah. Phoenix, Arizona. Yeah. Here, let me help you out.
Nice. Record in the category is 3.195, ladies and gentlemen.
Jeez, the Navajo or something like that have creation myth where it's almost beat for beat the same story.
233.14 in a mile an hour. How about Kevin Kinsley?
There we go. I turned up the volume. some Native American tribe. Both times I've seen the boat.
Liquid voodoo. Having skin split.
That's just obviously containing explosions. 200.
Nice. Record in the category is 3.195, ladies and gentlemen.
That's freaking crazy. Like 1,000. It's at 10,000 horsepower. This is 20,000 horsepower. 20,000 horsepower. Look at that freaking thing. Top 5 fastest speedboats in the world. But this right here says 20,000 horsepower. 218 miles an hour. 224 miles an hour. 3.29 seconds. But what's the distance? Quarter mile, I guess? The rooster tail looks like 1,000 feet long when you see it in person. I'm sure it is. You ever seen sperm races on YouTube? No, brother. I don't watch that kind of stuff. I wonder if the land record has been broken recently. Land speed record. Let's see. Official 97. Thrust SCC. Yeah, SCC. Yeah, same black. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, same one. I've seen the boat engine. I've seen those the biggest boat engine. I've seen a 500 horsepower. I've seen a V8 that was around 500 horsepower. It was a 454 8-cylinder. And it was big and loud. And it was a small boat. The guy used to say, I got a little dinghy, but I can push it hard. Oh, engine you can buy. Gotcha. Yeah, 97, yeah. 763.035 miles per hour. 1,227.985 kilometers per hour. Yeah, I'm sure. The average speed of the two runs. Oh, so one was probably slower and one was faster, and they averaged them. To claim the official record, the new mark must exceed the previous one by at least 1%. So you got to beat it by at least 7.6 miles an hour. It's got 2 big-ass jets on it. Look at this freaking thing. I mean, the air is violent at that point. Find a short vid of the Black Rock Desert. Why you gotta be black? I mean, it ain't pretty.
Oh, straight up as fast.
Over the sound barrier. That's a freaking beast. Where's the fuel held? Man. I guess that's breaking the sound barrier right there. It warped the light. Oh, wow. You can kind of see the light being bent. There you go. One of the most difficult things the engineer on the car, the wheels that wouldn't disintegrate as the speed of the gyro forces. Not only that, the brakes. I think they use magnetic braking. So it's a contactless brake. You know, when you bring two magnets close together, when they spin, they start to cog. Like just it's the eddy currents. And then that way you can start to slow it down. Because if you try to apply the brakes, if the left brake and the right brake hit at like a millionth of a second, like not exactly accurately, and one pushes a little harder than the other, what happens in our cars all the time, it would start flipping the thing over and just ripping it to shit. So let's see if I can find magnetic braking. Magnetic braking. Magnetic braking. Eddy current brake.
Go.
So he brings the magnet close to it, and that's like aluminum. So aluminum does, so that's how the magnetic brakes work. And they're actually, but they don't cup it like that. They like as the wheel is spinning, they have a brake that's not spinning, that's magnetic, and it's outside of it. And then when they push the brake, and it gets real close to it, and it uses magnetics to slow it down. Yep, magnetic flux. That's exactly right. And magnetic eddies, eddy current. Yeah, here it is. 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 I think. Oh, train brakes use that too, it says.
Have you ever wondered how a train stops? What is the physics
I really thought
behind
of
this
it. It's not.
fascinating piece of engineering?
But when it's moving, eddy currents are happen inside of it, which causes a cogging effect on it. It's very weird. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, that's what's really weird about it.
In this video, we will see.
And they have to be aluminum to be light. Like, because it's steel. Like, if it's not perfectly
braking system of trains work.
Balanced, it's spinning at those speeds,
understand
those
how the
tires
train's
were spinning.
braking system works.
All right,
we have
come
to
on.
understand the two famous laws of electromagnetism in physics. The Faraday disc, and since this braking
Here you
system
go.
works on eddy current.
Oh, so
it
no,
is
this is
also
different.
called
These are
eddy
different.
current
This is
braking
different.
system,
So,
or
that's not.
Go.
I've seen it being done on a lathe when they were practicing it. They had the lathe spinning an aluminum disc, and then on the tool cart, they had the magnet, and then they just winded it closer so they could see how many thousandths of an inch until it started putting load on the lathe motor. I mean, I don't know if I can find it, but yeah, let me see if I can find aluminum. I spelled it the wrong way. Why aluminum responds to magnets. Yeah, watch this.
This is not a magic trick. It's the kind of illusion that feels supernatural until you understand the science behind it.
See that?
Most metals stick to magnets without hesitation.
Right,
But
so
when
if you
aluminum
use steel and the steel pulled it into it, it would be too much braking. But this is this aluminum cone dropping it on magnets, and it won't let it hit, even though it's not magnetic.
The metal create a magnetic force that pushes back. This causes the aluminum to float as gravity loses its pull. This is not a magic trick. It's the kind of
We don't know
illusion that
anything
feels
about
supernatural
gravity.
until you understand the science behind it. Most metals stick to magnets without hesitation, but when aluminum falls near a strong magnet, it slows down instead of dropping fast. Eddy currents form inside the metal, create a magnetic force that pushes back.
Learn something new here every day, gents. Now you know how to build brakes for your next land speed record attempt. I broke the speed of sound many times, but only the speed of light once. I used magnets and anti-gravity. Anti-gravity. All right, that's not something fun. They call it anti-gravity. Google says the car used parachutes and carbon fiber brakes. How would it use carbon fiber brakes? I don't know how it would do that. I spelled brakes wrong. Because traditional wheel brakes would disintegrate at 700 miles an hour. A sequence of air brakes, parachutes, and carbon wheel brakes. Yeah, not carbon fiber. Yeah, carbon wheel brakes. So after it slows down, then it would use carbon, which is like graphite, to push against it and then burn it away as you're pushing it in. But yeah, that would be saying, yeah, it definitely shouldn't be carbon fiber. I might be wrong, but carbon fiber wheel brakes. The only vehicle once it drops below 250 miles an hour, does he engage the mechanical brakes. These heavy-duty carbon fiber discs halt the. Okay, all right. There are 4 discs on the front, 2 on the rear, providing immense F1 style. Okay. Oh wow! Low-speed parachutes, high-speed parachutes, aerodynamic brakes. Once the measure. Oh, okay. So sorry. So they use for this vehicle. They use the jets. They can use the jet engines, aerodynamic braking, like reverse thrust. That makes sense. Let me see if I can find it. Land speed record holder with aluminum magnetic brakes. The vehicle you're thinking of is the North American Eagle, built from decommissioned F1 F-104 Starfighter jet that used solid aluminum wheels and non-contact neodymium iron boron magnet eddy current brakes. So this was one, I guess that was before. This says top speeds in 2009, but it only hit 522 miles an hour. The fastest woman on land. The fatal structural failures, the project was abandoned. The bales probably kicked in at low, yeah, definitely lower speed. I am 1 graviton away from inventing the perfect brake. Thrust reverses, yeah. What up, Graylin? Welcome back, Graylin. Let me see if I can find this. F-104 brakes. North American Eagle. Not brakes. I spelled brakes wrong again. Wow, it's offered to save. Okay. Wow, I'll try to look at all these shorts they don't have. Here it is. My brake system will travel back in time and just stop before the collision. I'm still working on it. Built from the fuselage of an F-104 Starfighter. Same airframe piloted by Chuck Yeager. Wow. North American Eagle is a vehicle designed and built to break the world's land speed record of 763 miles per hour. All right, I'm going to get to the point that I want to look at here. Here it is. So the wheels were aluminum.
Our braking system incorporates eddy current technology. This is a very powerful rare earth magnet. This magnet pulls about 1,200 pounds if you were to stick it on a piece of steel. This is aluminum. Aluminum is a conductor. As we move a very powerful magnetic field through the aluminum, it excites the electrons, and the resistance is what we call eddy current. As I pass the magnet over the aluminum, you can see it.
Yeah, so it induces drag on the wheels without touching it.
Happening here as we pull the very powerful magnetic field through the electrons in the aluminum and causing resistance. The faster you move the magnet,
see if they
we
show
have
it.
27 of these rare earth magnets.
There you go.
Configured into a caliper on the back axle. This caliper moves on 3 hydraulic cylinders to come into close proximity to the aluminum rotor. The rotor moves with the wheel. This magnetic braking system accounts for about 50% of the braking system on the car. The car also incorporates the original speed brakes, which were part of the F-104 chassis, and parachutes to slow the car down in a reasonable amount of
isn't that
space,
cool?
so we can turn around and set the new land speed record. The North American Eagle incorporates all aluminum wheels. We use aluminum wheels because you can't run rubber over 400 miles an hour. It'll just come apart. These wheels were specially designed to go about 900 miles an hour to give us a little bit of a degree of safety, so when we go 800 miles an hour, we know the design is good.
28
These wheels are only designed to operate on dirt. We would never
really
run them on pavement or concrete. On our last run, we did about 400 miles an hour, and when we slowed the car down, using magnetic brakes only, we were able to stop within about a mile and a half.
We were able to stop in a mile and a half.
13,000-pound car at 400 miles an hour only reached 625 degrees. If you were to use conventional friction braking, you would burn the brakes right off the vehicle.
That's Mukal been publicly shamed for shenanigans yesterday. Yeah, and then he did it again today. He sent me one of a freaking... yeah. The parachutes failed to deploy. The parachutes failed to deploy during a 400-mile-an-hour test. And was able to safely stop within a mile and a half, saving his life and crashing into the rocks ahead. Wow, that's pretty damn cool. I can't stop in a mile and a half with my standard truck brakes, right? I don't know what's wrong with the train, dude. Vance is on Gutfield. I can't spell. Is he on it now? Is it live? I guess it's 10. Doesn't say that they're live or not. It's on now? Gutfield Live. Are they not streaming it? There it is.
Because only Posturepedic features our exclusive precision fit coils.
Oh, what is this?
Pressure points for targeted support.
What is this? This is some friggin' Arabic. I went there. I went to Fox News.
Posturepedic. Shop Sealy savings during the July 4th sale.
Gutfield Live, Fox News. It doesn't say Fox News is live right now. Yeah, it doesn't say that they're live. And it would be here. Oh, people are waiting. $267 waiting. How about Fox O's? That bed's full of her. He wrote a book. Yeah, I wrote a different book. I remember he wrote his old book. So what's up, TW? Interesting. That was the what was the most recent thing you harvested from your garden? Onions and sweet potatoes, and garlic, onions and garlic. They all came up at the same time. It's chilling. All right, let's see. Let me grab some water real quick. Let's see. What did I miss here? I wrote an unauthorized biography. O2. Unauthorized AOTU biography? Oh, it says. Oh, it's going to be on at 11 p.m. I thought he meant it's over in at 11. Okay, gotcha. I see. Okay, all right. Let's see. Much better, plus. Much better. All right, we'll wait on that. We'll wait on that. All right, let's say 20 things more painful than childbirth. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Entering the world's most dangerous city. Absolutely most painful medical procedures. 0 to 1,000 miles per hour in 22 seconds. Maybe somebody is working on the new land speed record.
This man is trying to break 1,000 miles an hour on land. His name is Roscoe McGlashan, and he has so much passion and grit for motorsport and engineering that I think he might just do it.
I'm Roscoe McGlashan, and I'm going to be the fastest man on Earth.
I spoke to him to understand how he's gone from a rocket-powered 250 miles an hour go-kart to designing a 200,000 horsepower vehicle with the potential to break 1,000 miles per hour, and the engineering behind it. So we're talking about the land speed record here, and that's a record that's been broken many times over the years. So let's take a really brief look at how the cars have developed. The first ever land speed record was recorded in 1989 in France.
1898.
And I love this. It was only 3 years after the first ever car was invented. The car was actually powered by an electric motor and completed a flying kilometre in 57 seconds, which is a massive 39.24 miles per hour. The competition then quickly raged on, being broken another 4 times before passing through the 60 miles an hour barrier, with the first vehicle produced specifically for this record, the Jamais Content, just 4 months later. It then took another 5 years to break through the 100 miles per hour barrier in 1904, with this 15-litre machine that produced a massive 50 horsepower. But it then took 23 years to break the 200 miles an hour barrier, with the beautiful Sunbeam 1000 horsepower, also called the Slug. This car had 2 22-litre aircraft engines, and although it had 1000 horsepower in its name, it was actually closer to 900. The next milestone was 300 miles an hour, and things were progressing quickly, with this record only taking another 8 years to surpass, with Malcolm Campbell at the wheel in 1935.
Sir Malcolm hopes to be the first man to achieve a speed of 300 miles per hour.
Again, this is a beautiful car, this time using a 37-litre Rolls-Royce V12 producing 2,300 horsepower.
They must have not been very good with transmissions back then. Like, how did you not put 23 liters or 32 liters into it down to the wheels?
Barrier to be broken was 400 miles an hour in 1963, and this is when we get rid of the internal combustion engine and turn instead to jets. However, it is worth noting that a top speed of 400 miles an hour had already been surpassed by John Cobb in 1947.
400 miles per hour on the ground.
Using 48 litres of internal combustion engine, although not across back-to-back runs, which is required for the official record. But it was Craig Breedlove who was officially the first person to break the 400 mile an hour barrier.
Craig Breedlove wants to build and drive the world's fastest car and break the world land speed record.
Craig was driving the Spirit of America, a turbojet-powered vehicle that got to 407 miles an hour over 1 mile in 1963, but a record that was to be broken another 4 times in 1964, with Craig then being the first person to break the 500 mile an hour barrier in the Spirit of America Sonic 1, with a more powerful jet from an F4 Phantom II. 600 miles an hour was broken through in 1970 by the Blue Flame, a rocket-powered vehicle producing 22,000 pounds of thrust, pushing it to a top speed of just over 650 miles per hour.
On October 23rd, 1970, Gary Gabelich secured himself one more time in the cockpit of the Blue Flame, a car designed with one purpose in mind: to capture the land speed record.
It then took another 27 years to break the 700 mile an hour barrier in September 1997 with Andy Green and the Thrust SSC.
So freaking
This footage
crazy.
was from just 3 weeks later when the Thrust SSC completed another run and averaged 763 miles an hour over a mile. So, what happened after this? Well, actually, this is the last time the land speed record was broken, 26 years ago. So, is it even possible to break 1,000 miles an hour? Well, Andy seemed to think so and was more than right with his prediction from 1997.
You could build a 1,000-mile-an-hour car, but I think the technology and the sheer money involved, it would take you about 20 years to do it.
But don't worry, the
Wow.
story doesn't end
Gary
there.
Gabler.
We do have a race to 1,000 miles an
No
hour.
way.
And the contenders are the Bloodhound LSR team and Roscoe McGlashan with the Aussie Invader 5R, who I spoke to on the Driver 61 podcast. Roscoe is an incredibly interesting guy. So before we get into the engineering, let me tell you a little bit more about him and the crazy machinery he's driven or ridden. From a V8 drag bike with no clutch to a
V8
250 miles an
bike.
hour rocket-powered go-kart, to his land speed record attempts and his bid to break 1,000 miles an hour. But before we get into Roscoe's wild story, I need to tell you about today's sponsor, Babbel. And this one is
Babbel.
close to my heart.
No,
my
they're
wife
absolutely
is Colombian
crazy,
and I
dude,
met
and
her
it's
in
absolutely
Spain.
amazing
I can
what
speak
they
a bit
what
of
they
Spanish.
put themselves into, like what they put them, like what people that do this stuff sacrifice a lot of like time with like family, building money, building wealth, doing stuff, and partying, whatnot, traveling, because they're just doing this stuff. They go to work, and then any waking hour of the day they're working on this because they want greatness. And we've taken greatness out of the world with all this last like freaking 15 years of everybody deserves something, and the 30 years of everybody deserves a trophy. Bull crap. No, people should strive for greatness, and the ones that at least strive for it get something out of it. But not everybody deserves a trophy for freaking nothing, you know. Oops.
Speed of 172
I could build a
miles
car
an hour.
like that.
Now,
Do
I'm
it,
all for
brother.
going quick in a race car, but drag
I
bikes
deserve
just
to
aren't for
drive
me.
right.
I mean, just look.
No. They don't deserve it. They deserve the award for showing up, or even just get going on the line and signing up. They deserve.
At the rider's position, the engine's so big on this thing that it's
How
got
come you
nowhere
never
to put
had
its
a
legs,
freaking
and it didn't even have a clutch. So to start it, he had to rev it up with the rear wheel spinning on the stand, then drop it off the stand, and then deal with whatever wheel
He didn't
spin
have
the
a
bike
clutch.
had. And according to Roscoe, it only just started gaining traction towards the end of the quarter mile. If that wasn't exciting enough, Roscoe then moved on to a rocket-powered bike, which was so fast it was banned from the Australian tracks. It ran on hydrogen peroxide rocket fuel, which at first was extremely hard to come by before being banned by the Australian government. So, in what looks like an effort to increase
Jeez,
safety,
crying
Roscoe
fish.
moved
I love
to
the
the
design
protection
of your car.
of four
Brother,
wheels.
listen. Do it. I'll help you. Do it. Sir, just not a car.
With a rocket-powered go-kart. Now, I'd be slightly more comfortable getting in this than the Crazy Horse, but not by much. This thing did the quarter mile in 5.9 seconds and reached a top speed of 253 miles an hour. To put that into perspective, the
How
Red Bull
come I can't
RB7
drive over 800
F1
mile an
car
hour?
did
Life's
the
so
quarter mile
unfair.
in 9.2 seconds, and a Rimac Nevera does it in 8.2, and even a Top Fuel dragster only does it in about 4 seconds. But again, that wasn't
Only
enough for
4
Roscoe. He wanted to go even faster, and so
I deserve it. Somebody should give me one and do all the work so I can drive it.
started his journey into jet-powered vehicles, starting with the Aussie Invader 1.
And there he is, the man himself, Roscoe McGlashan in the Aussie Invader jet dragster.
It was a dragster that produced 65,000
When girls
pounds
were
of
hot.
thrust and could reach a top speed of over
And we're
300 miles
different.
per hour. And as you can imagine, this thing was absolutely wild, with lots of fire, smoke and noise.
He lifts the brakes off and drives it straight down the middle of the track. It looks like it's going to be a good one. Lots of fire, lots of noise, and Roscoe's gone there with an 874 at 372 kilometres an hour.
But
372
that wasn't
miles.
fast enough. What Roscoe really wanted was to be the fastest person in the world. And so his first attempt at the land speed record was with the Aussie Invader 2.
Roscoe McGlashan came here putting 10 years of hard work and millions of dollars worth of other people's time and
Of
money
other
on the
people's Was it Bunny?
And this thing was serious. It had an ATAR 09C5 jet turbine as used in a Mirage fighter jet. The Invader 2 was 4,100 kilograms, 8.5 meters long, and had 36,000 horsepower. I mean, just look at it. It's not the prettiest machine, but it does look like it's going to get the job done. And so in 1994, Roscoe went out with the Invader 2 at Lake Gardner in Australia. For context, at this point in time, the last record had been set by Richard Noble in the Thrust 2 at 634 miles an hour, but had remained unbeaten for over a decade. Initially, Roscoe's goal was to become the fastest Aussie in the world, which he managed to achieve.
His wife, Cheryl, anxiously watching and waiting ashore, hoped they'd be a beautiful set of numbers. And they were.
The average speed for the 2 runs was 801.3 kilometres per hour.
We can bring the champagne. So we've got it, guys! We've got it!
So, mightily impressive, but still not enough for Roscoe. There was still the overall land speed record to beat and the title of the fastest person on Earth. So in 1995, the team returned to try again, though things didn't go well. At almost 600 miles an hour, the Invader 2 broke through the salt surface and veered off course, crashing through timing equipment that was located 200 meters from the track's measured mile.
A timing marker went through the engine, killed this engine, big black plume out the back of the engine, and the noise it made when it hit, it's just absolute mind-boggling. I got out of the car, I'm still alive.
And that was the end of the Aussie Invader 2. It was completely written off. But even after a crash and not managing to break the record, Roscoe moved straight on to the Aussie Invader 3.
It gets down and in the dumps for probably about 5 or 10 minutes after disappointment, and then he's back again.
The Invader 3 was a reincarnation of the 2, so it still had 36,000 horsepower and a Kevlar composite body. Again, designed and built in Australia.
No one can appreciate how many man-hours are going into building this and how much work, and to think that this car's been built here in this shed.
And that's what I love about these projects. These guys are doing incredible things with quite a small team. They are purely driven by passion, and I think we can all connect with that. And you might ask, what's the point in doing this? Spending all this time, effort and resource on just going faster. But it's simply to see if they can. So in 1996, Roscoe went back to Lake Gardner to try and beat Richard Noble's 634 miles an hour.
With a new, faster car, Aussie Invader 3, Roscoe clocked 643 miles per hour in 1996, breaking Richard Noble's world mark. However, requiring a two-way pass to make it official, the team was again beaten by bad weather.
However, things got even worse for the Aussie
why
team.
didn't Aboriginals build a speeder?
Andy Green and the British
question.
Thrust SSC team raised the bar to 763 miles an hour, the biggest increase the land speed record had ever seen, and one that Roscoe knew his Invader 3 couldn't get close to. It just wasn't designed for that kind of speed. So, as usual, Roscoe picked himself up and started again, with his eyes on his new and incredible benchmark. He spent the next 10 years planning and designing a car that could beat the Thrust SSC and potentially break through the 1,000 mile an hour barrier. And that's where we're up to currently with the Aussie Invader 5.
This is a typical suburban street on Perth's northern beaches. Now, people build their big houses here, their big garages. Check out what this guy has in his garage.
Yes, Roscoe is building a car capable of breaking 1,000 miles an hour in his garage.
A big garage.
This car has been designed to travel from
big
0
garages are called
to
garages.
1,600 kilometres an hour. That's almost 1.5 times the speed of sound in just 20 seconds.
Okay, so let me give you the incredible stats. For this part of the video, I've relied heavily on the interview with Roscoe and his book, which again, you should check out. It's an absolutely brilliant story.
He wrote a book called The Fastest Aussie on Earth.
By Mark Reed. So, the car. It's constructed with a bipropellant rocket engine, providing 62,000 pounds of thrust,
rocket engine, not a jet engine.
200,000 horsepower. Its size is big too, with a length of 16 meters and a weight of 9 tons, which is mostly fuel.
9
and really,
tons
in
is
essence,
mostly
this car
fuel,
is
so that means it
pretty
gets
simple.
lighter
it's
as it
basically
runs.
a huge rocket which burns fuel with exhaust gases coming out of the back and pushing the car forward. So, what will this record attempt actually look like? Well, the car will take about 3 miles and just 22 seconds to accelerate to the measured mile. This is where the world record attempt and the speed measurement begins. And hopefully at this point Roscoe will be doing the estimated 1,000 miles per hour. Once Roscoe gets to this marker, he'll actually throttle back slightly, reducing power but maintaining speed. Otherwise, the extra speed would literally rip the wheels apart. As he'll be travelling at 1,000 miles an hour, the mile will be covered in just 3.5 seconds. After which his only job will be to stop the vehicle as safely as possible.
These guys don't understand you can make a more reliable fuel type with squirrel fossils, chicken feet, and a good amount of mayonnaise. And D, release the knowledge. Let them know. Let them know.
8 miles, which seems like a long way, but it's for good reason. First,
there ain't no spring, no shock absorber that's going to react that fast. If you're covering a mile in 3.5 seconds,
experience a high negative G and would probably pass out, which wouldn't be great. And second, the wheels would likely lose traction. Again, not what you want in 1,000 miles an hour braking zone. So, where do you even start when designing a car like this? Well, you start with the main thing stopping any car from going faster: the air. Before knowing what was needed from the rocket, Roscoe needed to understand the shape of the vehicle he was going to be pushing through the air, and most importantly, the coefficient of drag. Once he had that, he sent the findings to rocket expert and CEO of Rocket Lab, Peter Beck, to understand how much thrust he was going to require, which, as mentioned, was 62,000 pounds worth and capable of getting to 1,000 miles an hour in 22 seconds. And I'll be honest, I have no idea what 200,000 horsepower or 62,000 pounds of thrust really means, or what it would look like. So here's a video of a rocket producing 54,000 pounds. And for a moment, just imagine being strapped to that. Now, one issue with rocket engines compared to jet engines is that they're much less predictable to drive, which isn't great for the driver. And you might also be asking, what is the difference between a rocket and a jet engine? Well, a jet engine draws in air from the atmosphere in order to burn the fuel, relying on the oxygen in the air for combustion, whereas a rocket engine carries its own supply of oxygen to burn that fuel. Now, there are many technical challenges, but one of the biggest problems to solve is the fact that this rocket is driving along the ground, not flying off into space. This means that feeding the rocket with fuel is a problem, as it's moving horizontally and not vertically. To resolve this, the car has 7 6-meter-long aluminium tubes that have pistons to push the propellants into the engine's injector. Then, when the propellants meet the engine, they ignite spontaneously, and a load of thrust is created. And another reason these tanks are configured like this, with pistons, is so the liquid doesn't just slosh around. The last thing you want when accelerating to 1,000 miles an hour is almost 3 tons of liquid moving about, side to side and front to rear. That isn't very good for the handling of a car. And what's incredible is that Roscoe's team have designed all of this themselves, as apparently they couldn't find anything off the shelf, which isn't really a surprise. So we've got enough power, but how do we hold everything together? The main part of the chassis is 12 meters long, with the whole Invader 5R being 16 meters. Now, that's very long, about 1.5 times the length of a bus. And it's so long purely because of the amount of fuel that it needs to carry. The mainframe is a high-grade steel tube, which is just under 1 meter in diameter. It was rolled from a flat piece of 10mm thick steel and seam welded at the join. And just this mainframe alone weighs 2.5 tons. That is a lot of metal. Mounted from the mainframe are the wheels, 2 at the back with a 2.3 meter track and 2 positioned very close together at the front. And these wheels are a really beautiful piece of engineering. The front wheels are positioned under the bodywork for aerodynamics and they're placed only 30 millimeters apart. Now, the Invader 5R...
But the bearings, like what kind of bearings are you using at those speeds and temperatures? And like, are you cooling them? Are you running oil through the bearings? Like how's the friction of the wheel on its axle not heating up freaking nut job hot?
Just used 3 wheels with 1 at the front, but that means that it then wouldn't qualify for the world record, for which it needs 4 wheels. 4. Each wheel is made from some very expensive sounding aerospace aluminium, and they're massive, 90 centimeters tall and almost 20 centimeters wide, and they weigh 140 kilograms each. Now, just take a moment and think about what the wheel is actually doing here. Yes, they're big for the stability and the weight of the vehicle, but they're also spinning incredibly quickly. At 1,000 miles an hour, they'll be rotating close to their 10,000 RPM limit. To put that into perspective, that's about 10 times the RPM of a road car wheel and tyre. And that's one of the reasons the Invader 5 doesn't have tyres. At those speeds, they'd simply disintegrate. And the car could actually accelerate faster, but the team are holding it back because of the integrity of the wheels. If the car speeds up too quickly, the wheels, which aren't driven, wouldn't be able to spin up quickly enough. This could mean that the wheels are all spinning at different speeds to each other and a different speed to the vehicle as a whole. This in turn could cause a loss of traction, which again isn't what you want. But with the tanks taking up so much space, where exactly does the driver sit and what are the considerations for the cockpit? Well, first, of course, it needs to be as safe as possible. So Roscoe will have a web of thick and strong tubing around him, along with all the safety devices.
10,000 RPM,
but one thing that you might not think of,
almost 3 feet, almost 3 feet around. Right. So pi. Well, I guess you can talk about. We can do the circumference of what is it? Pi r squared. So it's 18 inches times pi. Hold on, what? I forgot how to find the circumference. Not pi r squared. That's transmission. That cage ain't gonna do nothing at freaking 1,000 miles an hour.
About is the potential for not being able to see exactly where you're going. Roscoe's going to be strapped to a rocket with solid wheels and very limited suspension. The vibrations are going to be huge, and if he can't see where he's going, then it will be a massive problem. So the seat will be mounted on rubber and the roll cage will be strategically mounted to the mainframe in order to reduce the vibration as much as possible. And the position of the cockpit within the entire car is also important. For example, Spirit of America and Thrust SSC have their cockpits and driving position just behind the front wheels. According to Roscoe, sitting in that position means you can see and feel what the front of the car is doing, but you have little or no idea what's happening at the rear. So, if the rear of the car is losing control, the driver might not feel it right away. And that's a huge problem. But the Invader team realised that the best place for the driver is to sit about 2/3 of the way down the car, just behind the centre of gravity. There, Roscoe can feel what's happening at the back of the car while still seeing the front. And
Dude,
the team have learned from other
I would make a 1,000-mile tire,
when driving
and it would
the
only have
Sonic
to rotate
Arrow
once an hour.
650
Yeah,
miles per hour, Craig Breedlove was thrown to one side, which in turn caused his foot to get jammed on the throttle pedal. So, to protect from this, the Invader team have 2 throttle pedals instead of 1. If Roscoe lifts his foot from either pedal, the engine will shut down, avoiding the issue that Breedlove had. Okay, so we have power, we have a chassis, and we have a small space for the driver. But how do we keep it all on the ground? After all, this car is basically a massive rocket, and rockets are designed to go that way. Well, this is where aerodynamics come in, and as you know, we love aerodynamics on this channel.
Aerodynamicists around the world are still understanding and evolving the theory of aerodynamics. It's deliciously complicated.
Unfortunately, Willem didn't join me on this video, but the aero is still delicious. The main things for the aero are the nose cone design, the tail fin, the canards, which are the winglets just behind the front wheels, and the V-shaped underbelly of the mainframe. All of these things will help keep the wheels
airplane takes off at less than half that speed, way less than half that speed. I think an airplane takes off at 140 to 150 miles an hour. So he's going to be doing 10 times that.
The normal aero, before we get into the problem of passing through the sound barrier, which is quite a big problem actually. Just behind the front wheels we have these canards. Basically they're little winglets that adjust the weight over the front wheels and help keep the car stable. And it's important to think about how the car's weight will be reducing quickly during the run. As it uses its propellant, the centre of gravity will also be changing. And so the balance of
Elroy
the car.
Jetson's car. What's up, Tara? 1,000
issue.
miles per
As the
hour,
car
you get from
burns
New York to
propeller,
Los
the
Angeles
front
in
of the
3
car
hours.
becomes lighter and lighter, and so the canards
Time for
will
a
add
PP
more
break.
angle and therefore more load to the front wheels to keep them connected to the surface. On the other side of things, if they have too much load, which could cause the front to dig into the surface, the canards will help unload. Now, one of the most important aero parts of the Invader is the nose cone. As with an F1 car, the nose sets up the airflow over the rest of the car. But when you're going through the sound barrier, the aerodynamics get a bit weird. Back in 1979, Stan Barrett was the first person to break through the sound barrier in the Budweiser rocket. But things went wrong, and he was extremely lucky to survive. When a car or a plane passes through the speed of sound, it creates a shockwave, which can really disrupt the airflow and stability. But compared to planes, the effect on a car is stronger because the ground bounces that shockwave back into the car. So when the Budweiser rocket created the shockwave, it lifted its rear wheels off the ground for over 250 meters. At which point it's pure luck as to whether you crash or not. Luckily, Stan did not.
Stan had broken the sound barrier. As he'd approached Mark 1, his two back wheels left the ground. He'd gone supersonic and come dangerously close to death.
So the Invader team designed the chassis with an unusual V-shape. This is for stability. When the car creates the shockwave, the V-shape softens the blow somewhat and keeps the car more stable. Now, controlling the shockwave is one thing, but there's more. When the car is running subsonic, below the speed of sound, a lot of the airflow can be predicted, as there's a decent amount of data available on cars running at this speed. But the problem comes when travelling at transonic and supersonic
you're dragging
speeds.
the
Now,
air.
transonic speed is when some parts of the car have subsonic airflow and other parts have supersonic airflow. What exactly does this mean, and how does it happen? Well, to use an example, imagine a car
I've been
is
to speed
around
before.
the
You
speed
really?
of sound.
Really?
You have air
Dude, I would
flowing
love
over
to
the
go.
car, under the car,
I would love
and
to go.
around the sides. But the air flowing under the car might move faster in areas than the air flowing
That
over
means
the
you
car.
would lift.
That means that you'll have some air that's subsonic and some that's supersonic. Basically, when the car reaches and passes through the speed of sound, it causes complex aerodynamics around the car, with different air pressures and forces acting on it.
so
But all
crazy.
you need
LA
to know
is so
really
crowded,
is that
you'd have to
ultimately
park
it
1,000 miles away
reduces the
from
stability of the
destination.
car. As you might imagine, there's very little real-world data about supersonic cars running on the ground, as opposed to supersonic planes. So the team have used CFD to design the nose cone and the rest of the car to optimize for trans and supersonic speeds. But while it provides good insights, they know they need real-world data. So they plan to run preliminary trials and methodical testing to ensure that they step their way up to speed. Pretty safe in the knowledge that the car isn't going to take off or be too disrupted by unusual airflows. So imagine Roscoe's averaged over 1,000 miles an hour over the timing mile. He's done it. It's all great. But now he needs to slow down, and ideally from his own instruction. And we want to slow down
ideally
quickly,
from his own
but not
instruction.
too quickly. In fact, it's going to take over 8 miles, but for good reason. If Roscoe just shuts the engine off at 1,000 miles an hour, he'd experience negative 16 G, at which point he'd black out and not be ready for the champagne at the end of the run. And we want to make sure that we're belt and braces here. So the Invader has 5 braking systems: engine shutdown, hydraulic air brakes, a high-speed parachute, a low-speed parachute, and an emergency brake.
What's the
Now, that
emergency
sounds like
brake
a lot,
gonna
but
do?
he will be doing 1,000 miles an hour after all. First, the engine shutdown. Basically, Roscoe lifts his foot off one of the 2 throttles and the engine will transition into deceleration mode. Don't forget, the car is creating so much drag, it will actually decelerate incredibly quickly. Then, at 800 miles an hour, he'll deploy the air brakes. They're located just behind the driver and continue to slow the car before the high-speed parachute is deployed at 600 miles an hour. Then the low-speed parachute is deployed at 400 miles an hour. And finally, at 200 miles an hour, the Invader will use high-speed disc brakes to bring the car to a complete stop. But what about the emergency brake? Well, of course, this is only to be used if one or more of the other braking systems fail. And it's very simple. It's basically a hydraulic steel ram with a flat metal plate on the end. It can be lowered from the bottom of the car and would dig into the ground to stop it. Probably not the best way to stop the car, so let's hope that Roscoe doesn't need to use it. And so, the big question. Will Roscoe and his team actually make this happen? Well, there's no getting around that technically and financially it's a huge challenge. But having spoken to him on the podcast, I can safely say that he will never give up. And I absolutely love that grit and determination.
Dude.
I've also read his
I tell
book,
you what,
which
that's
is a wild story that confirms his true grit and is actually very interesting from an engineering perspective too. I really recommend the read. You can find the book at aussieinvader.com/the
That's
book.
freaking crazy. That's so crazy. Let's see what's going on over here.
Let's welcome tonight's guest. He's got the will of a hero and comes in a size 0. New York Times bestselling author and box news contributor, Kat Tiff. She goes by one name, like Madonna, Cher, and Scurvy. Host of the Kennedy Saves the World podcast, Kennedy. It took 7 Secret Service agents 2 hours to pat him down. Former NWA World Champion and host of the Planet Tyrus podcast, Tyrus.
Who here after Messi hat trick? I didn't miss
And
it.
he
I didn't
went
see
on The
it.
View
you got 3
today and has
goals?
the bite marks to prove it. The Vice President of the United States of America, J.D. Vance. I gotta say, it was pretty brave of you to go on to The View. What were you expecting and how did it go?
Honestly, Greg, I expected them to be absolutely vicious, and they were only a little bit vicious. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Joy Behar even said during the break, not joking, she said, "You know what? You're like pretty good for a Republican." And I was like, whoa, that is a way better compliment than I expected from Joy Behar. I gotta say, I thought that Sunny, the woman to my left, was going to call me a racist. In reality, it was Whoopi, the woman to my right, who called me a racist. So expectations were defied.
Well, you know why Sonny can't call you a racist? Because, as you know, her ancestors were slave owners.
Right.
Look it up. Why would I make that up? It was on that thing where she sees her family history. Kennedy?
Sixth Sense?
No, never mind. All right.
The one time he should have asked the black guy.
Okay.
It was the
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It was the Ancestry show.
Yes.
Yes.
I guess Ronaldo at least scored 2 goals.
Her family also
Matched
believed in free labor.
Yes. So we're looking at this new deal, VP, and I'm wondering, did we sign the deal because the new Ayatollah is gay and we wanted to focus on Pride Month?
Thanks for coming on.
I'm so glad you agreed to do this show.
I'm glad I decided
I do
to
like
my political
sun-dried
career by
tomatoes.
sitting here for an hour.
But very rarely. I do like them, but I probably have them once a year. Like I like sun-dried tomatoes, like in an olive oil. Yeah, moon-dried. Racist. Uncle Sam, why are we watching Ronaldo News and Comedy? Hold on, I want to see what he had to say.
Wait.
All right, let me ask you another question. That was
This
just
is
a
almost
stupid
over.
question.
You don't have to actually answer the questions.
I'll either be killed or unelectable because if I answer that question. But look, here's a simple fact. The reason why we signed this deal is because Donald Trump did exactly what he came to do. He destroyed their nuclear program. He opened the Strait of Hormuz, and now we have nice Trump. You can have mean Trump or you can have nice Trump.
Right.
And what he's saying to the Iranians is
I like a few
because
sun-dried
we came
tomatoes
what
in my
we
salad.
determined
Yeah,
to do,
it's all right.
we are
That's
going
a
to
mistake.
outstretch our
We were
hand and
watching News
say
Comedy. Yes,
that if
sir.
you guys
Yes, sir.
behave, we are going to actually
I've
make
never
you a
tried
successful country. And if you don't behave, you're not going to get anything, and you're never going to have this opportunity ever again. It's a classic Trump bargain. He gives these guys a choice and says, make the right choice or make the wrong choice. Frankly, it doesn't matter to the United States of America. We accomplished what we set out to accomplish, and now we have, as the president says, all the cards.
Yeah, he could be good cop and bad cop, like I am in the bedroom.
Why would you look at me and say?
Are you hopeful about this new deal, Kat?
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
And why not? It brought her Love Island.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm also
okay,
glad
whatever.
you brought it up,
All right.
not me. You brought it up, not me.
It's politics.
I'm really glad that you brought up the low flow toilets also.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like there's really not, you acted like it was a small thing though, and there's really not, enough acknowledgement of the damage
Yeah.
that a low flow toilet can do emotionally.
Yeah.
Emotionally.
To marriages?
To a person.
To a person?
It's one of...
I loved
Come on, give me something.
understanding. You optimistic?
President sides on
That
one
woman's crazy.
in advance that I get a discount code when it opens.
Yes.
No
Which would
moving forehead.
absolutely be amazing.
What's going on,
Yeah.
Raid?
And,
Politics
to
being
catch-
about
Well,
good
the
cop,
discount
bad cop,
code,
better,
it's
I
Trump
guess.
2028.
This is our vice president, ND.
Nice. Tyrus.
Greg,
How are you?
phenomenal.
Happy Pride Month.
Thank you.
Do you celebrate that, Cyrus?
I don't celebrate any month. There's months. There should be no months. I hate Black History
Come
Month.
on, get
I
to the
hate Pride Month
questions.
because we all here 365. No one group just kicked ass in 1 month.
Yeah.
So, which is
Way of handling this.
another reason why he doesn't get a Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, how many has he racked up? Like,
Yeah.
he's got more peace prizes than the Patriots have Super Bowl rings. Like, they're gonna try to pick it apart. They're gonna try to change. He has done something that was never really supposed to be ever accomplished because you never had help from the other side. He has the Middle East involved. They are active participants. It's not just Israel. They're now investing in our country. I think it wasn't. You guys just had like $100 million investment from Kuwait or Qatar or someplace. Like
Every like 700 billion.
Yeah,
JD Vance.
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry.
Sorry, it's not math month.
Give the man his due.
What was the liberal Jessica?
What I'm saying
I
is we're
skipped
seeing
past
all
that
this
stuff.
investment and all this stuff is coming from this. So he's cleaning
I
up
was hoping to get some
the country,
decent
literally.
info out of this
And
clip because I don't watch
he's
the
not
news.
gonna get his roses from
but
the
somebody
media.
came in
Everyone's
earlier
gonna
and
try to
said
find
that,
something
that
wrong
this
with
was
it.
this was just live.
Iran, here's the best
20
part.
minutes ago,
In
27 minutes
accepting the
ago,
deal,
the stream. So
the
from
fearless
11
leader
to 11:08 or 11:09.
gets to come out from wherever he's been
11:09.
hiding. He no longer has to do messages from a guy on a
Until
camel,
I
writes to a
didn't, but
guy
I
in a
was
goat,
watching
who then
something
goes
else,
to
so
a
I
guy
just
on
got to this. I didn't realize
who then
that it was
like,
going to be such a
without-
short
because
clip.
he can't stick his head out of his house because he'll
War
get blown out.
war sounds great for the
fabulously
economy.
'cause it's Pride Month. Yeah. So now they get to come out and see a little bit of fresh air. But the thing is, once you're out, all eyes will be on you. And Iran will need to make all the right moves because if not, it'll be next gay Ayatollah up.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be I think it's a great thing in this
Gay
to
Ayatollah.
be in America right now and other places. He's giving places that haven't had hope in generations. There might be the next generations of Iranian children that will be born might have an opportunity to be free.
All right.
And I think that's an amazing thing.
All right. Any last word before we move on?
Nah, man, go ahead.
All right.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube.
Indonesia.
And catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Fox 1. All right. That was fine. I was hoping to see some more info. I wonder if
This
JD is
man
going to
is
switch
trying
up
to
and end
break
up running
1,000
2028
miles an
Rubio
hour
as the
on
favorite
land.
currently, but
His
who
name is
knows what
Roscoe
things look like in
McGlashan,
2
and
years
he
when
has
this
so
gets
much
more
passion and grit for
Yeah, it's probably going to be a Vance Rubio ticket or Rubio Vance ticket, probably. But who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Dude, it might be a Spencer Pratt freaking Rubio ticket. Who knows? Who knows? Dude, so much happens a month now. One thing about the Trump administration is they are quick. Every other administration previous to this would milk everything. There's war going on. Well, let's move our investments around over the next month and then make something happen that takes 6 months to do and make sure it's overcharged by 20,000% so we can get as many dollars out of the government and into our pockets as possible. And they've always done that. And he's just like, get it done now, get it done, or you're fired, get it done. And so a lot of things have been happening. And most people only look at the things that they care about, but he's getting a lot of stuff done. Iranians will be good little consumers because they totally share our values and life goals. American. Think Richard should run? Maybe I'll run. Maybe I'll run. Dookie dookie doo, poo poo, stinky number 2. Why would you like to buy a CB radio? They've instituted the first AI Latola. AI Latola. That would be public and whatever. That's choose has weird hands. I would like to see what's going on. Hey, there's us. There's us, guys. I would like to see. Apparently, the new Ayatollah hasn't even made a public statement or of himself on camera. Somebody said he was injured. You seriously need to run for something? Dun, 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 dun. I don't think it will be in Georgia. But we'll see what happens over the next year. Racist. Say yes if you'd vote for Richard. Yes. I got one vote. All right, let's see. This war stuff ain't no joke. No, it ain't no joke. It absolutely ain't. And the thing is, the thing that I understand, even with my limited access to government knowledge, is that people that want to kill us and people that want to kill and leaders around the world that want to expand need to be put into check, and you either have to do something to get it out of their mind that it's going to be a possibility, and then say you have choices to either live well. Obviously, America knows how to generate mass wealth, so they can do what they need to do, and they can worship how they want to worship and have good time, happy life, and have babies and whatnot, and everything can be fine. Or they can keep setting people up to die time and time and time and time again. America gets a lot of slack for warring, but war is going to happen in the world whether we're involved or not. And there's a lot of conflicts going on right now. There's thousands of people dying every day that we're not involved with, and I think a lot of it is because the press, it looks bad on America. So I learned in the past couple of days that Trump has set somebody up in not Lebanon, Sudan, was it? No, not Sudan. Syria. I can't even remember where it was. And it's in the Middle East, and he wants them to handle the Sudan and Lebanon. Another country, somebody that was installed by Trump. So he's, regardless of what we think or we know, what we think we know is going on, there's moves being made to do big things that we have no idea, and things will be done that will have stemmed from Trump's administration that we will not know that was done until it's over. And then he says, I did that, because obviously Trump's going to be like, yeah, I did it, So, but yeah, it looks good. I'd vote for Richard. Hey, thank you, Crying Fish. A protein fart. Nope, no, they ain't. I'm pretty sure the new Ayatollah lost his ding-a-ling or something in the explosion. They say he had to use a cardboard cutout to represent him. Jeez. Had it blown off along with a leg or something. That's I didn't hear about the ding-a-ling, but I heard like possibly an arm and a leg or a hand and a leg. Woke press sucks and they're global. Right. Well, they've been building for years and years and years and years and years. And we've been pushover Christians for years and years and years and years and years. And we let people stack the deck. And absolutely, just because we say yes, okay, yes, this country was created for Christians to come to because they were being persecuted. So we got our own country. We fought wars for it. A lot of our great grandparents and grandparents and uncles have died in wars for the country. So great. So now we got it. So now people are like, well, we can come over and say, hey, no, your laws say we can do this, and your laws say you can do that. So no, you can't, and we let that go too far. Gayatollah's glizzies, accompanied by bag, is no more. The biggest waste of money in aviation. Earth's silent guardian. The thing that I want to stop is I want to stop people. Look, we're only on this planet once, and I want people to stop. I want the bullshit press to stop. I want to put what the Smith-Mundt Act or effect back into effect, so that if the media lies, they get fined and then eventually taken off the air. That's been gone since Obama-Biden. So they're allowed to say mistruths. They're allowed to be opinion pieces and tell you what they think. Like, so they can say Trump is this, Trump is that, Biden's this, Biden's that, and it doesn't have to be the truth. It doesn't have to be, because it's just their opinion. And it used to be that they weren't allowed to knowingly mislead the public. Now they can. Now, because Obama canceled that out. Obama-Biden. It's the thing. Great thing is now. So the thing is, so you don't know what you're hearing is propaganda because it's the news. They can't lie. Well, then why do two news stations taste two different things about the same subject? They can't both be true. So one of them's got to be lying, or both of them's got to be lying, because they're both not true, because they're opposite things. Right? So the news doesn't have to tell the truth anymore. And I would definitely put something in. I would force it. You know, I would definitely get something going where it's basically like the equal time rule, but I would make it a law. I would make it so there's not going to be liberal media. There's not going to be conservative media. There's going to be media, and they can say what's going on. And you want to interview the candidates for this state, this city, this whatever, you get them both on, because they allow a narrative to propagate so deep when they only have Democrats on, or they only have Republicans on, or they only have socialists on, and the people that don't know better don't know that this isn't, that the news is just a show. They don't know that these things aren't, and so they think that this is what's needed. The guy on the news said if we don't do this, the whole world's going to explode. You know, and that's got stuff. You got to have somebody saying, if somebody says, hey, we need to do this because children need to make sure that they get their ding-a-lings cut off, somebody's got to be right next to them being like, no, dude, blah, 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 and here's the reason why not. And then he would have to say, like, so when they try to create a narrative that's false, somebody could be right there to be like, no, and here's the reasons why. Rather than just for years, everything on those stations just keeps adding to it and building up those narratives. Yeah, and that's got to stop. Hello from Russia. How are you, Yare? Yaramai. How are you, my brother? Abunga repealed the law that the news couldn't lie flat out to the public like the intelligence agencies can. That's right. Newscasters used to use a lie detector machines on air. No, they didn't. Yeah, so yeah, that would go right back in. That would go right back in. I would also make jail time for teachers that knowingly. I would make all teaching professions non-political, and there would be financial implications and professional implications for people that try to bring politics into non-political education. So if my kid's in math class and you're trying to do something, and if it's not a sex ed class and you bring sex, do you know a woman was just arrested for telling kids that they have to kiss same-sex classmates in order to pass the test, to pass the class? And then so she just got fired, and now another school hired her, and she was requiring people in like a foreign language class to kiss men and women kiss women in order like so just in case, you know, this doesn't have anything to do with anything in the class, but why don't you just try kissing a man and see if you like it? You might be gay. Well, you know what? Teach what you're supposed to teach. So now, yeah, just a wider progression though. It can be construed that Iranians aren't as fractured as they were before. Yep, lie detector tests are complete bullshit. Can't be relied on if you can control your body well. And they are. They're super. What's up, Sadon? Ain't seen you in freaking months, brother. I taught French kissing. What's up, Gizu? I ain't seen you in a while either. I got Sadon and get Gizu back. It's been good. All right, so let me see if I can find this real quick. Teacher fired for having students kiss. I guess. I am an AI, not your fired teacher. Colorado students report same-sex peers were made to. Look, it's not giving me a AI overview. Maybe it's that's told it was fired. Colorado students report same-sex peers were made to kiss during class assignments. Teachers fired. Denver Public School member who voted unanimously to dismiss 50-year-old foreign language teacher following an investigation and independent review student complaints about a class assignment. Here you go. Honka's classroom instructions came into question during the school year. She had received the highest possible rating in assessments the 3 prior years, but then students approached each other and complained about skits in Honda's class where they were asked to kiss one another. According to the independent review, a copy of the same, she was always asking to kiss students of the same sex. The students was very uncomfortable, did not know what to do. She went ahead and kissed another student at Honka's direction. So the teacher is saying, go ahead and kiss her. Kiss her. I bet these phones have lie detectors in them and some person could access. That'd be great. What up, user? Right, so, but this is the kind of stuff that's going on. Like, when I went to school, it was in 5th grade or 6th grade. I think it was 5th grade. Maybe it might have been 6th grade. 5th grade? I think, no, it was 5th grade. We had sex ed. How to use a condom, what condoms were, which French kissing was, this is that. You could ask anything you want. You know, all the boys were in one class, all the girls were in another class. The boys had a boy teacher and the girls had a girl teacher. But now you got a non-binary teacher, and they're trying to, and the things that they do, the confusion it causes, and the problems now, you get these kids so confused and depressed. And like a lot of these kids cannot read at grade level. Yeah, brother. The teacher needs to be put in prison for 30 years. This is what I'm saying. And she's already working at another school. She already got hired at another location. So, like, what I'm saying is, when this happens, you have to lose your license, and you've got to go on a predator list. You know, it's got to be. And that list has to, be. It's not hard to do this stuff. It's not hard. We've got computers. We can absolutely make it that when a teacher says, hey, can I have a job? You type in the teacher's license number, and it says sexual pest, sexual deviant, freaking not, license canceled. Right to prison for that demon, right? My sex ed teacher brought a banana with him to show. We had the same thing. I guess he couldn't do it on an empty stomach. Yeah, mine did the same thing. Yeah, they used the condom and the banana. After this incident, students' attendance decreased dramatically. So you've got these crazy single women that don't know what's going on with their own sex lives and love lives. That are just like, how can we make more people just try being gay? Even if they're not. And the thing is, it's like getting people talking about sex in school more than happens naturally is going to have people like, what are you doing? What are you doing in class? What are you doing in language or in freaking foreign language class pushing this stuff? Like, it's just absolutely crazy. When I went through sex ed, it was full blown. This is what French kissing is. No. You could ask questions. You could ask any question that you wanted to answer to about sex. Everybody got a card, and you could write on it, so you didn't raise your hand and say, what is a penis? And then people would be like, ha, 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 So everybody wrote questions on it, and then put it into a box. And then the teacher would go through the box and ran them up, so you didn't know what kid asked what question, so it was anything embarrassing. So you could say, what is French kissing? Like, kids didn't know. It was 5th grade. And now they're saying kids know their gender at 4 years old. And when I went to school, kids didn't even know what French kissing was in 5th grade. Some at least, right? So it's like, yeah. Yeah, and what is a condom? That was a bunch of them. People they heard about it in passing, but they had no idea. My teacher tried to make if my teacher tried to make my child kiss their own sex, I would probably end up in prison. Right. But the parents don't know, And the thing is now, the way that they've set it up here in America is that if you say, hey, they say you're transphobic, you're homophobic, that's as bad as, that's the new racism. So then you're like, well, I can't say anything because they'll think I'm transphobic and then I might lose my job for being transphobic or homophobic. That's how bad it's gotten. How are you, the user? Some people make their whole identity whatever sexual preference is. It's weird and healthy. It's weird and healthy. Right. Like, and I think it makes people very, very unproductive. Like, you can do so much more if you don't chase ass till you're ready to get married, or like the amount of money I know that men have spent on dates that didn't go anywhere, or dates that went only maybe just one place. It's just like, dude, you spent freaking $3,000 in the past 2 months on dates, and it's just like, and everybody's talking about poor, I'm broke, yeah, but you're free. The username is Marzia, and in case you might want to block me. What happened? The user is your name, Marzia. Is that the case? You might want to. But what happened? What I miss? I'm missing something. The only thing I learned, I only learned about anything sex ed related in middle school, 7th, 8th grade. High school, I literally none of it. I don't care. I have a gay brother. I could be that. I'm trans homophobic because my child wanted to reproduce. Right. That's what they do here. That's what they say. That's what they say. They say you can't. So what they do is they say you can't call out bad behavior. So you say, well, they're just questioning their sexuality. Great. Don't do it at school. Don't force them to do it. And it's just a lie. Yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Based. I would like to learn about sex the good old-fashioned way. Tons of delusional folks these days. AI psychosis isn't helping. Right. And because it's so open in public now AI's allowed to do. And you have people doing wackadoodle stuff with AI stuff. Yeah, it's just not a good way to learn human things from freaking subhumans. A student was very uncomfortable, did not know what to do. She went ahead and kissed another student. That's so crazy. And then she posted a picture of Honka that said, she makes girls kiss. The meme had circulated amongst the student. After this, the student's attendance, yeah. One student interviewed directly, independent interview review testified that Honka always selected girls to act in the skits, despite nearly a 50-50 split among boys and girls in the class, and the student could not recall Honka choosing a boy actor. Yeah, so she's a freaking man-hater. I was projecting Marzia. Projecting Marzia was a girl I love for a short period of time, and she didn't. I feel like if the next president isn't a Christian Republican, we might as well be cooked as conservatives. I agree. And she broke my heart. So when I see an orange girl sending chat emojis, I get PTSD. Jeez. The student said that she'd been asked to kiss 3 other girls in one of Honda's skits. Jeez. The skits were titled The Neighbor Saw Everything and The Boring Kiss. The latter involves characters who were dating. The script of Boring Kiss includes 3 different moments where characters are directed to kiss each other. A student told the independent reviewer, Honka posted a classroom rule. The answer is always yes. That was commonly referenced by Honka, used to pressure students to take part in the skits. The answer's always yes. You got some forcing people into her way. Not 100%. If you want to know a level of paranoia, there won't be a next president because there will be a new world order. Yeah, it ain't gonna get there. Yeah, I think things have fallen so far apart, and now what's being done with voting, our mail-in ballots don't have barcodes or serial numbers on them, and apparently that's what's going to be happening next. That if they don't have a serial number on them, that the post office can reference back to a legal voter, the post office will not deliver that now. So now there's no way that they can cheat with votes, and they can't do the votes, the mail-in ballots with all of the homeless people and non-citizens. So that's what's supposed to be happening. That was the next plan if the SAVE Act didn't work. So now all of the mail-in ballots will have a barcode and a serial number, basically like a dollar bill has a serial number. So why don't our ballots have a dollar bill? Our ballots are just printed on a Xerox machine, you know. When my dad lift bamboo stick, I get PTSD. That's why they're teachers, yes sir. Or Trump will put war strings. Trump will pull war strings to stay and then hand it off to JD. Yeah, maybe the next president will be an alien. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, listen. I think we're going to see a lot. We already are seeing a lot more productivity than any other president. Like I say, because Trump's making a bunch of money in the like Trump phones and Trump shoes and Trump merch. So he's making hundreds of millions of dollars. So it looks like, I mean, maybe we'll find out something different. It looks like he's not making money through the government like most families do, like where they set stuff up. Maybe there is, I don't know, but it doesn't appear to be. So he looks like he's just saying, look, you got most other people that get into office as president, they want to make themselves and their families ultra wealthy using government money and government contracts and whatnot. And so he seems to be doing a lot against that. And it's helping a lot. I've noticed a lot. If the post office serial number requirement thing isn't actually codified in the law, then Democrats will just repeal it. Yeah. Wasn't Trump posting pics of him? Well, the thing is, the Democrats will never get a chance to. There's not a Democratic Party anymore. The Democratic Party is so fractured. Like the old school Democrats are separate from the neo Democrats are separate from the socialist Democrats of America. So they're not all together. So they wouldn't be able to win an election. That's because that's how they've been winning elections. I'd vote for alien. Wasn't Trump posting pics with him in an alien? Is that real? I'm sure he did it as a meme. Goldfish invests in war. A shark makes war and invests all around it. Harambe for office. They're getting public prep for a new world order. The first alien contact will be a farce for humanity to elect a global leader. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, let's wind this night down with something comical. Kanye, he ran for president. Did you know that, ND? Did you know? Did he run for president or did he run for governor of California? There's extremely fractured Democratic Party as of right now, but I'm telling you, in these blue states, there's a ton of liberals. No, but that's not enough. That's not enough for them to change federal law. There are almost no straight Democrats left in most of like the swing states are all Trump plus 10, Trump plus 20. So like there's no way that you get enough states. All the swings, Kamala lost all the swing states, and that was with packing the ballot boxes. So with all that removed, you know, there won't be a Democrat president. Yeah, we'll see. You gotta run for president in 2028. Yeah, I'm gonna run for president in 2028. No, I'm not. The possibility for sure. I realize Trump is 45, 47, aka 911. Nah, yep, that's what it is. Isn't that interesting? There are, dude. We got to keep up the numbers. Republican candidates are only winning by a fraction. So now they're doing they're doing pretty good. And you know, like all this now that the race-based gerrymandering thing is over with, they've lost a lot of seats in Congress, and if those get elected into Republicans, then Republicans will be able to get everything passed because Democrats won't be half of the House of Representatives anymore. Remember, a lot of seats, like 30 seats, were lost, I believe, as that we're at right now. Very supreme. Okay, sorry. Let's see. Wow, that looks pretty cool. The hardest and worst paid jobs in the world. Let's watch this.
Some of the hardest, most dangerous, and lowest paid jobs in the world are found in Dhaka, the most densely populated city on the planet, where there are so many people that hiring a man for a day is common. It's cheaper than
have
buying
you
a
noticed
six-pack
that
of
there's
beer.
almost nobody comes in just to bitch about like liberal stuff anymore? Like it used to happen all the time in live streams and all over the place. A lot of those were bots. A lot of it was bots. And now that USAID money ain't around no more, you see like almost nobody comes in. Like me with that showing Gutfeld, somebody would have come in and been like, you drums, you know, and I like see that like once a month now. Like, and it used to be 5-6 times a stream at my viewership, you know, 10 to 20 people, you know? Yeah. So it's like, and I used to get often, and now it's like very rare.
These workers are paid approximately $7 per day. They work 8 to 10 hours a day. Some
So about
even
$1
work
an
up to
hour.
18 hours a day, using their physical strength to earn as little as $6. For this reason, machines
If I were
are not
president,
used
I would
for
make
construction
cucumbers.
or road work. In this country, it is cheaper to hire humans than to rent machines. Good morning, afternoon, or evening. I hope you're all doing great. Friends, today we are in the 5th most densely populated country on Earth. We are in Bangladesh, a country that ranks just behind nations like Singapore and Monaco. This means that among large countries, this is the most densely populated in the world. Here, in a territory of 147,000 square kilometers, about 3 times the size of Costa Rica and nearly the size of Nicaragua, there aren't just 5 million people like in Costa Rica, or 7
Look at
million
that dude.
like in
Look at this
Nicaragua.
dude behind
Here,
him.
170
He's like staring at
million
his butt.
people live. Everywhere you look, there are people.
Look at this dude.
And as an extra fact, we are in Dhaka, the country's capital, and the most densely populated city in the world. In an area like this, it is estimated that there are approximately 150,000 people per square kilometer. This extreme overpopulation has led to an unimaginable and cruel problem. With so many men willing to work, machines are considered an unnecessary luxury. Companies
So
and the
many
government
men will
prefer
work
to
that
hire hundreds of
machines
workers
are
rather than rent a
unnecessary.
machine
So yeah,
because it
I
is
guess
cheaper to
paying people $1 an hour. There's no need to buy a $70,000, $200,000 land excavator.
pay a man for a
Do
week
you not
and to
want
rent a
people
machine
to
for
know
a
about
day.
what's going on
For this
in the
reason,
world?
The streets
Arain?
of Dhaka are built with picks and shovels instead of drills, and workers carry tons of materials on their backs instead of using forklifts. Even places like Dubai have imported workers from
this
Bangladesh
ain't
to build
poverty.
their incredible skyscrapers. One of the major problems caused by extreme
It was the hardest
overpopulation,
and worst
which
paid
very few
jobs in
people
the
talk
world,
about,
was the name of the
is the
video,
lack
but-
of jobs. There are so many people that the job market is oversaturated, making it nearly impossible to find work. On top of that, the overpopulation issue in this city isn't due to a high
Do you
birth
think
rate.
the problem
It's
is
not that there
overpopulation,
are a ton
Arain?
of babies being born every year. In fact, the birth rate is relatively low. Instead, about 700,000 people migrate from rural areas of Bangladesh to Dhaka every year.
If you're watching
this makes
this
things
right
even
now,
worse
like
because it
the
becomes
stream,
harder
don't
to
tap
find a
screen,
job,
right, brother?
and housing
Thank
becomes more
plus.
expensive. For example,
Yeah, I don't like
imagine
cities.
that in
I
your
live in the
town or
country.
city, there are 10
Yeah,
taxi
this
drivers covering
city
the
life.
entire area and 3 barbers. Now imagine that suddenly 500 taxi drivers and 300 barbers arrive. The only way to compete is by drastically lowering prices, and even then, some people will still be left without
Everybody's
work.
got cell phones,
This is what
Arain. I don't
happens in
think
this
this is
city.
poverty.
That's why, on every corner, you see groups of people waiting for their chance, waiting for their moment to work, making labor extremely cheap. This is why Dhaka is cruelly called the City of Machines.
The city
because
of
men here
machines.
are said to work like machines, working 12 to 18 hours a day for an absurdly low wage. In the end, hiring people is cheaper than using machines for almost everything. Right now, we are looking at a building under construction that will be 7 stories tall. It's massive, and it's incredible to see how the foundations, which will be buried maybe 20 or 30 meters underground, are being dug by men.
Those are
There's no machinery
concrete,
involved,
piles.
as is common in most large construction projects, because it's much cheaper to pay men to do the work than to bring in an excavator, for example. These workers are paid approximately $7 per day, working
$7 a
8
day.
to 10 hours
Make good
daily.
money, $5 a day.
The men overseeing the construction are likely supervisors or foremen. What I find shocking is that this boy in pink looks underage to me, as does the one in blue. Hello, hello. Yes, definitely. Hello. He must be underage, and he's already working in construction. With so many people, space is scarce,
I wonder why
and
there are
rent
underage
prices
people
are
right there.
high. Opening a shop is nearly impossible. That's why the streets turn into makeshift workshops. This is where shoemakers work, where electricians repair appliances on street
Damn, that's
corners,
some talent.
and where vendors set up shop even under parked trucks just
He's
to have a place
rewinding
to
a
work
motor.
and sell. Every square inch of land here is owned by someone. For example, it's not uncommon to find a barber working right on the edge of the street. He tells us that a haircut like this can cost 50 cents, and a full cut, including beard trimming, costs 80 cents. You can even find doctors on the street.
Dang,
He
that's
tells
cool.
us that he earns approximately $120 a month working here on the sidewalk. And he doesn't just do things like measure blood pressure. He even conducts blood sugar tests and provides initial treatments for diabetics. A blood test
That's
costs
awesome.
about $1, and this analysis to check my
See a
blood
doctor
pressure
for
costs
$1.
around 20 cents. Okay? We're
He's
good.
like, hold on, I'm on the
Our
phone.
blood pressure is like new. For example, on this side of the river, we find someone selling street food. Over here, someone is selling tea. In another small space, someone is selling homemade bread. And if we keep walking toward the riverbank, we find someone who has a small market, thank God, because I need some water. Salam alaikum, Costa Rica.
Costa
Yes.
Rican.
Thank you.
Doc and your doctors.
Beautiful country.
A fresh cut in
There's even a
Denmark,
mechanic
US costs
shop here by the
$23 to
riverbank.
$31.
These men
Dang.
have set up a bicycle
He's not
repair
a
shop
doctor.
right
He's
on
one
the
who
edge.
sells medicine.
Look at all
There
the
you
customers
go.
they have.
Medicine.
Here's another one fixing a bike.
Nationwide
and look at all
medical.
the ones in line. And back there,
They
the
do
river.
nice-
The official
they do nice
minimum
work. They'll
wage
tell
in
you your blood
Bangladesh
pressure.
is 12 takas, 15,500 takas per month, approximately
Salami?
$100,
No,
meaning
thanks.
that a large
Plain.
part of the population lives on $3.3 a day or less. One of the hardest, most dangerous, and worst paid
boat
jobs in
work.
Bangladesh can be found here, on the banks of the Buriganga River. This is one of the toughest jobs in the city. These workers are responsible for repairing or dismantling ships, depending on their condition.
Dismantling?
Ships
What up,
arrive,
doctor?
they are placed here, and if they are completely
yeah,
unusable,
doctor's in that
they are
doctor.
taken
You missed
apart,
the doctor.
piece by piece. All the iron is
Anglican,
removed to be reused
India
for
Pride,
construction.
superpower
They
nation,
sell the
soon defeat
propellers.
China.
They sell everything separately.
Yeah, I think good
Or,
every
if the
moment.
ship can still be used, they repair it and put it back in the water. This job is in high demand because this port here is the port of the largest river in all of Southeast Asia. So,
Jeez.
many people
They probably
dedicate
just clean
themselves
them up, spray paint the anchors, and say, who wants a new one? Or who wants a new one?
to different tasks, from the lowest jobs like sanding or painting ships, to even underwater welding, which is a very specialized job requiring different machinery and other complexities.
My name is Kabjul. I have been working in this shipyard for 30 years. I feel happy with my job. I work 8 hours a day and earn $6 a day. I'm very happy with my work, and there is nothing I would like to change about it or my life.
One of the most impressive things
change
about
it for
this
his
interview
life.
is that I asked him what the worst part of this job is, and he said there is no worst part. He loves this job. You have no problems?
No problem.
No problem. You love it?
I love this job.
I wonder if it came
Amazing.
in during high
People do
tide.
their jobs happily. This is truly impressive. I don't know how many times I've said this today, but workers here in Bangladesh, it's no wonder they are called
at these
machines.
freaking welds,
Look at how they
nice
work without
welds.
any kind of safety measures. Just look
Europe
here.
would bring
These
so much
guys are
stability
hanging
here.
with some makeshift setup. They don't have ladders.
Probably
They don't
not
have
allowed.
scaffolding.
You'd have
they
to
don't
get
wear
a
harnesses.
visa or something.
In factories,
Said the
they
empires
work
are
without
full.
anything to filter plastic fumes. Of course, this is part of something very cruel. In a way, the fact that there are no regulations, no laws providing them with certain guarantees, is very harsh. But they work like
Steel-toed
machines.
sandals, that's
Look at
right.
everyone
Do you
here,
know a
working and
massive
repairing
bridge
ships,
collapsed totally
and no one
twice in just
complains.
1 year due to
Out of all the
corruption in
people
India?
we interviewed today, they all say it's
I don't
fair that their
believe
job is
it.
fun.
I don't believe it. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. They would do it right. They would have it inspected. Bridge collapse in bridge collapse in India. Twice in 1 year. The bridge is famously collapsed twice in 1 year is the Aghiwani Sultanganj Bridge. It's under construction 4-lane concrete structure spanning the River Ganges in the eastern state of Bihar. The catastrophic failures of this $208 million project occurred in Bhagalpur district of Bihar. First collapse, heavy winds and storms. Second collapse, nearly 250 meters of the concrete surface and supporting pillars violently crashed in the Ganges. Authorities ordered a probe while structural integrity issues being reviewed as the incident. Second collapse, heavy scrutiny over poor construction materials, delays, and design quality. So they took a bunch of money and they said, okay, we got $208 million for this. I'll give you guys $8 million to build a bridge. Use Pop-Tarts and freaking marshmallow. The rate. And they could rule percentage. Mud bridge probably would have been better. Been doing it for years.
I have been working at this port for 6 months. I work 8 hours a day.
Grinding as well.
I earn $4 a day. Most of the time I work with a hammer. Every time I hit the ship, it makes a very loud noise. This can damage my hearing. That is the worst part of my job.
This job we are about to see sometimes requires up to 18 hours of non-stop work.
We'll see.
What they do here is...
Let's see if we can find it. Oops. Oops. Yeah, thin mixes. Crazy things happen when you make a bridge out of mud. Yeah. Oh no, I wouldn't trust the boats either. Damn. We've been building bridges for a long time. That's crazy. You just, the oopsie doozy moment. Just a little oopsie. All right, let's see if we can find the collapse. I don't even know what this is. Instead of funding Israel, we should try to bring civilization to people. We'll do one of the two. We'll flip a coin. Whatever side it lands on. Whoever pays me the most, we'll do that one.
Take apart pieces from dismantled ships, like this propeller, for example, which is broken and no longer works. They have to take it, put it into a furnace, which, in fact, is currently boiling. And there's no kind of safety here. No, nothing indicates anything.
Yeah, it's
people don't wear masks. They don't wear anything. Here, they melt the propeller and turn it into liquid metal. Then, inside here, there's a guy in charge of digging out the shape of the propeller, like the one we can see in the back.
This is pretty
Once
cool.
the shape is ready, they pour the liquid metal or this liquid material so that the propeller comes out new, completely repaired. Sometimes they work up to 15, 16, 18 hours, depending on demand, and they earn $130 a month. Approximately 75,000 colognes. Among everything we've seen,
dude earlier
we
was
haven't
saying
even
this was
mentioned the
poverty.
overwhelming amount of trash generated by this extreme overpopulation.
Poverty is.
Just look at what we
if
have
a haircut is
in the
50
background.
cents
The
and
Buriganga
food
River,
is
one of the
80
most polluted
cents for a
rivers on the
big
entire
meal.
planet. one of the few that has already died biologically due to pollution. And on top of that, Bangladesh is the most polluted country on Earth.
If they get money,
that's something we'll explore further in a full video. So subscribe and show this content a lot of love if you like it. It's quite difficult to come all the way here.
And they can.
One of the most oversaturated jobs is that of freight
and they get
transporters.
$4
Usually,
a day.
people who didn't study or didn't have the opportunity to learn anything end up doing this type of work. However, they are an essential part of the city's transportation and logistics system. Many work transporting raw materials to small plastic factories.
My name is Bello Holchin. I work as a porter.
The thing like I said, there's a lot to do with management. Like, and I think a lot of it's to do
Some
with...
simply transport whatever they are asked.
India didn't have civic sense, and the people want everything cheap, and they prefer quality. Quality among quantity. Well, yeah. I mean...
Solar, I feel very happy with
Well, I was thinking about management.
Others transport loads of up to 1 ton.
My name is Shalom. I've worked for 30 years with no set hours, sometimes 10 to 12 a day. I earn $18 to $20 daily. I love my job and hope to do it for life.
This makes no sense. Look at the load this porter is carrying. It's as if he were a truck.
And they don't worry
These are the
about
people
having
who pull carts here in Bangladesh. And look at the size of the cart and the load. The load this man is carrying is so large that it has collapsed traffic. In fact, look, people are yelling. Everyone is angry with him because the load is hitting things as he moves, and he can't pass.
It's not like
we can't afford
to put
a throw themselves into the street, making things worse. What we're about to see breaks my heart, because this entire problem even affects children.
Same thing happened in America in the South. The reason that Southern Americans were considered dim-witted, they found this back in 1860. They found out that they had a parasite because they were digging their poop pits too low. And by pooping only like a foot into the ground, then people would get bit on their feet by worms. They would get hookworms and stuff from like other people's poop. So the first thing you need to do to modernize a society is change the way feces is dealt with. People swim in the same rivers and worship in the same rivers as all the fecal matter flows into. A parasite causing dim-witted Southern Americans. The hookworm, the American murderer. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, the blood-sucking intestinal worm infected 40% of the rural American South, stymieing both physical and cognitive development in children. Because the hookworms feed on the being directly in the lining of the small intestine, they cause severe chronic anemia, chronic fatigue, stunted growth, cognitive fog in adults and children. This is severe lethargy and difficulty learning, fueling the harmful, pervasive national stereotype of the lazy, dim-witted Southerner. So we said we had some people that went down from the north and said, you've got to dig your latrines deeper. You've got to do more. And then that changed. And now look, the South is almost caught up to the north, right? In what's going on with education and everything like that. If you've got the way you handle your poop is one of the biggest things and the most important things. This is why flowing water, this is why Rome did so well. They had areas to take poop away. They had areas to, and they did not cross-contaminate their water with their poop. And they did great, beautiful things. And then you can see what people do with their poop and the cognitive development of their nation has almost hand in hand what you do with your poop and cognitive development. Parasites are a real thing. Why is water universal to all life? It's important. It's one of the most powerful solvents. It can dissolve rock. It helps things, ions move through. I mean, it is the thing that allows molecules to move through barriers like the cell walls and stuff like that. Look what happened after Rhodesia fell, after the Indian civilization left. Look at South Africa. Thank God I'm a Yankee. I live in the South now. I do too. I'm from Maryland. I'm in Georgia now. So you're saying don't have shit-throwing festivals. Right. Don't do that. Don't do that. But the thing is, the people in the rich areas aren't going to them. They're not going to the shit-throwing festivals. And that's a big problem. What happens with feces? And you'll see people that... Look, I know a lot of Indians. I know a lot... And kick ass. They also have flush toilets and whatnot. I don't think I know anybody that I don't know any people that live in India that live in those conditions. Just there's a lot. India's a big ass place. There's a lot of people there, but there's a big difference in the areas that do not have their daily lives contaminated with fecal matter. And that is, we've known this for 100 years, over 100 years. They should know it too. Like this is standard knowledge, and they teach doctors there, so the doctors there should know that. And they could easily put that money in, and they could easily make all this stuff illegal, and they could help, but they don't want to because these people are easy to control, and they're never gonna bond together to overthrow the government for not giving them what they want.
We're about to enter a plastic factory, and even with a mask on, I can feel the plastic on my face. It's entering through my nose. And here, we find a child who might be around 10 years old.
N95 mask.
His job is to grab the plastic pieces coming out of this machine.
Is India too far gone? How contaminated is it now?
Without any kind of protection. Not even.
Yes, absolutely. They could start with chlorinating the water. They could start with treating the Ganges. They could start with taking all of these men and digging freaking pits and sewage treatment. They have huge chemical infrastructure. They've got huge. They can make chlorine. They can clean this stuff. They have the people. They have the land. They have the area. They could absolutely do it. It just takes money and time, and it doesn't take that much money when people will work for $1 an hour.
A mask, and behind him they are also making plastic lids. This is a factory owned by someone who hires these workers, and for example, the child, who we don't even know if he's telling the truth, earns approximately $70 a month, working 6 to 8 hours a day here. In Dhaka, while some work up to 18 hours a day.
Smart. Yeah, I worked with an editor from India. Great freaking guy. Great. Yeah, love the guy. Absolutely. He edited some of my videos. I sent him more money than he'd make in a week, and great. And but they live in different areas. The people that live in the areas that that's the linchpin is what do you do with your poop? They've got to do, they have all of this infrastructure pouring off into the rivers that the people swim in and bathe in and whatnot, and that all they could absolutely, the pipes are there. They could add pipe to it and reroute it to other areas into a big collection area, but it's just so easy. And then what they'll do is they'll raise money for that, and then just say, okay, we did it. It's over there. Let's move on to the next project, as they just pocket the money. It's a lot of corruption.
Wages. There are others who don't even have access to a job. The Hijra are a transgender community recognized as the third official gender in Bangladesh. And here, there are no opportunities for them. They have to survive by begging on the streets and selling their bodies. People commonly feel the need to give them money because of the situation.
What's up, Loretta?
Due to the lack of space and rising housing prices, many people sleep in their workplaces, in trucks, in carts, under staircases. Those who manage to afford an apartment must live overcrowded in very small rooms, or some even live under bridges.
My name is Mr. Farouk. I have lived here for 30 years. I live here because I don't have the money for an apartment and haven't been able to find a job. So I stay here. It's very difficult to live with 25 people here during the rainy season. The mosquitoes have been a huge problem, and living here has been difficult because of the dirt and all the trash.
If it can be reversed, yes, it's going to take a lot of effort. Yeah, I agree.
Due to extreme,
I agree. And like I said, it's got to start. It's got to start. Good looking dude. Yeah, it can absolutely be reversed. Absolutely. You've got to take care of the feces. You've got to. We've known since the 1800s that hookworm parasite lowers cognitive or delays cognitive development. They have to start caring for their people in their country. The government does, but what needs to happen, which is difficult, and it's brilliant the way that they use it for control, is they allow those parasites to get out of control. And people don't know. They don't understand. They don't because they don't know because they've never been taught. The government's not going to tell them that. The American government doesn't even tell us about parasites. Yeah, it's very corrupt because they see these people as less than human. They see these people as, oh, if I want to go to war, these are the people I'm going to send. Like they're just meat bags, so they don't care. So they're like, oh, if somebody's going to give me $1 million to help these people eat, I'll give them $20 and then stick the rest of the money in my pocket. Yes, they're all corrupt. Yep.
Overpopulation. Hospitals are overwhelmed. This hospital
the government doesn't care. I
is a
agree.
public hospital
They have
in
to care,
Bangladesh.
and they don't. This
And it's
caste
estimated
system
that there are
is
only
evil.
5
Very evil. Very evil. Very evil.
doctors per every 10,000 people. On top of that, private hospitals are inaccessible. They are unaffordable for most of the population.
And India makes a lot of very high quality pharmaceuticals. They make most of the world's like a lot of the pharmaceuticals that we get here in America. We've designed them here, and then the production of it is done in India. So they've got billions of tablets of anti-parasitics and whatnot that they could flood out to these people. They did it with the COVID shot, right? So they could absolutely do it, and they don't have to do it in a couple of months to save everybody from the spike protein. They could give over the next year. They could go out and distribute doses of anti-parasitics and let people know, hey, there's this issue. Like they let everybody know about COVID, so they could say, hey, there's this new parasite that came out yesterday. They don't have to let everybody know that they've been lying to them for freaking 100 years. My church literally administers the Dalit class, the lowest class. Oh, they are treated badly. Wow.
I visited chaotic and overcrowded places, but never.
But imagine,
never in my life
like
have I
if I think this is Bangladesh. Yes, if I was here, right, and I had these ideas, and I was like, look, everybody, let's get me into office. If I got into office, started to run, you'd have about 100,000 people come up to you and be like, you're not gonna ruin this for us. We are getting rich off of this. There's no way we're doing this. Because think of how many people are eating, fattening their pockets off of a government check and corruption. If you come in wanting to make a change, the government doesn't want change, even progressive governments. Bro, into the final boss area. The Dalit kids are basically treated as dogs. It's disgusting. Western countries need to step in. Brother, listen, I think it absolutely could be done. And because we work with the pharmaceutical companies that work there, it would absolutely be one of the first things. One of the first things that needs to be done. And look, I take anti-parasitic. I got chickens. That stay in their own area, but still I deal with them. I eat the eggs and whatnot, and they're outside, so I protect myself from parasites. None of that's happening here. They should force a twice-a-year parasite cleanse. And they don't, because it would be so inexpensive. The pills are automated. They're making these pills on automated lines, so they could just run it for a couple days extra for a couple hours a day every month to run extra supply up for everybody that lives in their own country. But wait, the Western governments won't do anything because they don't care. They don't care. No, absolutely not. The governments care what other governments care about. If these folks' governments do not care about them, the American government's not going to step in. If the government was weak and couldn't care for them and said, hey, our people are hurting, we need help, they would get help in 15 minutes. But they don't, because your government has to ask for it. But by your government asking for it would be proof that they let it get this bad. Uncle Sam, what country are you supporting in? Water closet? What? What country are you supporting in the World Cup? The liberals won't because they don't want to offend their religion. The conservatives won't because they want cheap labor. And in America, it's backwards. In America, the liberals don't want to... the liberals want the cheap labor, and the conservatives are the religious ones. In Asia, a problem is world problem, or Bangladesh, India problem. It's Asia problem, not world problem. Right. That's the way it works. It's like in Africa, they say we can't feed all these people. We can't get water for all these people. So governments around the world help the Africans, like the sub-Saharan African countries. But Bangladesh, India, they haven't said, hey, we've got this huge problem, because they haven't looked to see what the problem is, because they don't care. Because they're getting rich. Everything's fine. It's not like, too many people are dying that we can't find people to freaking drive the buses and do X, Y, and Z. They got plenty of people to choose from. A million, 100 million people could die, and they'd still have plenty more people to do the work. And Matrons are, we are, right. Not anymore. Well, hopefully it's ramping back up. There's a lot of very, very big stuff going on. American also has discriminative problem, blacks versus white. India has religion versus caste. So you would imagine that would be the thing with what's said in the news and whatnot. But that's only really in the big cities do you hear about that stuff. Like, I live in the country. I've got black people, Indians. I've got liberals, conservatives. I've got Russians. I've got and people, and everybody loves each other. Everybody will watch each other's babies and give you money to feed your kids and whatnot. It's all great. So that stuff, that's not America. That's a few cities in America. And because the people that film it to put it on the television and internet, they want clicks and views. So they go to the worst places of the worst. Like, we could absolutely find beautiful places in Bangladesh, but this is what people put online. They want to show this part of it, right? So you only see the worst of the worst in America. America doesn't have a race problem, not at all, not at all. Like if you it's on. You might see people talk about it and say it's white supremacy is the problem. That's just bullshit. That's like a few thousand people think that way, and a few tens of thousand talk about it because they know they can get money off the internet. It's called a grift. They can say, hey, let's donate to my cause to stop racism, and then they just steal the money. It's just a grift. They're just saying it because it's an emotionally charged thing. America doesn't have discrimination problems. No. I'm saying no. I mean, it's not black white. It's actually against the law. It's against the law. So people try to say that there's a discrimination problem in hiring and whatnot between people, and that's very rare too. Like, I don't run into that. Like, nobody says, hey, there's a black that wants to move into the neighborhood, we got to stop it. That's never been spoken to me. I've been around tens of thousands of people. Absolutely. So you can find discrimination, but if you think it's a problem, that's because either you don't live in America and you only know America from what the news reports, or you don't live in America, right? Yeah, I'm hopeful too. Selling blacks doesn't add to discrimination. No, blacks weren't. Okay, do you know how? Okay, we'll talk about slavery real quick. Slavery is larger in the world today than it was during the American slave trade. Only 4% of Americans owned slaves, okay? And all of that 4% of America that owned slaves, not all of them were black or white. They were also black. There was black slaveholders. So it was the caste system here. It didn't matter. So there was black slaveholders and white slaveholders. And black people sold black people to white and black people. If you don't go far enough back in history, you don't hear about that. The news or some show might have told you white people went to Africa to round up black people, but that's not the truth. Black tribes in Africa fought other black tribes in Africa, and the losers became slaves, and then they would sell slaves to other countries. But one of the very first slaveholders in America that went to court to keep his slave permanent was a black guy. It was a black man that didn't want to let a black slave go. So most people don't know enough about the topics they're talking about. So Only 4% of Americans ever owned slaves. So 96% didn't. So no, it's not America does that. That's a very small number of people. I'm ultra conservative, but I'm not a racist. People propagandize about how Americans are racist. It's not true. It's not true. Absolutely not true. It's such an easy way to make money on the internet and to get views. If you say, "Oh my God, I was racist," then people will watch the video and they'll share it and say, "Oh, we need to help this person," and they get lots of views, lots of money, and lots of donations. And it's all wackadoodle. I just saw a video where he says some places slavery is legal. You can search. No, it's absolutely legal. There's more slavery in the world now than there was back during the Atlantic slave trade, the American Atlantic slave trade. But yeah, only 4% of Americans that own slaves. That's not taught. They just say Americans own slaves. Well, no, the people that owned slaves in America were American, but most Americans didn't. And remember, America ended slavery, so the half of the country fought the other half of the country in order to stop those 4% from having slaves. The British Empire shed blood to stop slavery too. Yeah. We call it labor. You call it slavery.
I've seen anything like this. Look, the traffic doesn't move. Sometimes people can't even walk because traffic blocks this small pedestrian path. If I want to cross,
but yeah, the amount of labor that they have available here in Bangladesh, they could absolutely, tomorrow they could say make 100 foot around or 200 foot around diameter circle pit, and let's start making a sewage treatment plant. And then as the sewage flows in, we know it's very easy. Look. So it might look complex, but it's very easy. You need a couple of big holes and a bunch of big pumps. Sewage treatment plant. In the southern states, when slavery was legal, about 25 to 30% of the white households owned slaves in 1860. They always forget about European slaves too. In 1860, out of the total free population, about 2.75 million, there were roughly 394,000 individual slaveholders in America. ND beats, I bet the North balanced it out by about 10%. Is that just in the South? Percent of Americans that owned slaves. Percent of American families that owned slaves. 1.4 to 8% of all American families, the 25% of us that owned slaves in 1860. A wide gap depends on whether you measure ownership across the entire country or focus. So what happens here, ND, is what they'll do is they'll have a family of 30 people, and the husband or the landowner owned the slaves. So they'll say that all 30 people owned the slaves. So it's how they manipulate the numbers. It was about 4%. They always forget about the European slaves. Yeah, they don't go back far enough. In 1860, of total free population, about 20% of the year. NDB type bet North balanced it out under 10%. Fredericksburg, that's about 1.43% of the population that was slaves. Right. There was only about 400,000 slaves in America, not 300 million. Right, and not so and now there are more. So there's probably more people trapped. There was 470,000 children trafficked into America in the last 4 years during the Biden administration that were brought in as slave labor and as partners for wackadoo crimes. 1.4% in the whole country. Right, it was but it's blown out of proportion. So much because it would be so profitable to say, okay, well, we don't know who was a slave and who was a slave holder. And so what the narrative is, they want America to pay black people for slavery. Well, great, but a lot of people that talk about it, they've never been slaves, and their families never been slaves, and that at all. But they know that, hey, it can be a lick. They can say, hey, if we could get a few $1 million from the government just because we're black in America, and it's all a grift. Throughout the history, it's spanning from 1619 to the end of the Civil War. In 1865, that's estimated 10 million enslaved people lived in the United States. We were slaves. Shit. No, you weren't, you shit. Yeah.
Tries to pass, everything collapses. That's what I mean. When a car comes through, everyone has to squeeze to the sides to let it pass. People tap on the car, warning the driver to be careful, but no one gets mad. I'm the only one completely shocked. For them, it's normal,
during the
just part of daily life.
60s, political cartoonists used Uncle Sam to represent the Union's fight against the Confederacy, and iconic illustrations from this period were frequently drawn in protecting Americans. It was a lot of different races that were slaves at some point, but one race cries about it the most. Right. And it's a big fault of the education system, because when in America, when they teach about slavery, they only go back as far as the American slave trade. They don't go back another 100 years and talk about when everybody else was slaves to everybody else. And then when you ask why, they say, well, this is American history. Right, but then you tell people that, so people think that they're slaves. That the only people in the world were slaves were caused because Americans caused black people to be slaves, and that's how it's taught. They don't go back another 100 years and say, hey, well, everybody was fighting everybody, and the loser always became the slaves. Uncle Sam is for World War I. Most Bangladesh people sell fish themselves as labor. What? Most Bangladesh people sell fish and themselves as labor. I don't think discrimination stood out even more. After slavery ended, black people were often denied equal access to stores. In the South, right, in the South. This is why the Civil War happened, in order to end slavery. But after that happened, the South, the Southern Democrats, called Dixiecrats at the time, they wanted to keep it going. So they would do what's called Jim Crow laws, where they wouldn't allow black people to sit down with white people. They had black only water fountains and white only water fountains and stuff. Right, that was the remnants of that. But that wasn't in America. That was in some states in the South of America, like in New York and whatnot. It wasn't like that. And there was also a lot, like, how many free black men were in America in 1860? How many free blacks were in America in 1860? 1860. Okay, surprisingly to many, more than half of these lived in the South. There were 488 free so there were 488,000 free blacks, and you said 360,000 or 390,000 slaves. So there were still almost 500,000 blacks that weren't slaves in America during that. Like and many of them were in the South, built strong communities despite restrictions and looming threat of re-enslavement. All right, let's see. What am I missing out here? Best lyric from the Union song soldiers sung while fighting against the Federals: as Christ died to make men holy, we shall die to make them free. Beautiful. And out, God is marching on. Beautiful. Beautiful, brother. Irish people were discriminating against Italians too, right? Yeah. I once was a slave, but then I ran out of money, and she made me leave. It happened all over. Yep, everywhere. The first place it ended was England, then America. American people say we are American, but people who leave America were killed. European colonization, like Americans, are like European people who leave before they got killed. Slavery is definitely not an American thing; it's an all over the world thing. Right. Hi, are you a PhD guy? What up, man, bro? What up, Kiwi? I am not a PhD guy, man, bro. If I was born in Denmark 1,100 years ago, I'd be a slave or killed in Denmark. Right. But in America, we teach people that, like, it's taught in America that slavery was an American thing, though. Like, that's the only place. If you were born anywhere else, if you were anywhere else in the world, you'd have been fine. But because it was America. So Korea, South Korea and North Korea absolutely still have slaves. Dude, listen, we had in my state, we had 400 slaves, South Korean slaves, sent. They got South Korea sent a bunch of people, South Korean slaves, to Georgia, my state, just like 2 or 3 years ago. They were caught here working in an auto factory, in a battery factory. and then somebody said, hey, I don't think these people are getting paid, and then so they got found out and they got shipped back to South Korea, and South Korean government like, we apologize, we have a... But in disguise, Korea, I served there. They do not. The Kakapo is critically in North Korea. They definitely do. South Korea definitely does. Look. South Korean slaves sent from Georgia. Hold on. Georgia. South Korean slaves found working in LG plant. After ice tripe rains, Korea workers stay. Oh, where's it at? 2025 ice raids at Hyundai LG battery plant under construction, Savannah, Georgia, resulted in of 475 workers with 300 South Korean nationals. U.S. government cited unauthorized work visa violations. Following diplomatic interventions, the detained workers were flown to South Korea, while many of the specialized technicians to return to the condition of their detention. Someone said, all right, but when you look at it, where was it? They were not being paid. They were they slept like 10 to a room. Wake of South Korea plans to strengthen the visa system. The Chan joint venture LG Solutions fight oversights. Welcome aboard. Okay, let me see. I think. Oh man, I'm getting far out. Yep, I won reparations for Italians. Yeah, I get it. If you can't count, there's still slaves here. We now have officially slavery called unpaid internships. Right. The Northern Transatlantic slave trade. Denmark controlled a colonial territory known as the Danish Gold Coast or Danish Guinea. What's up, Gwen? I was made of solid gold. I held my breath for a couple of seconds between 19. Hold on, okay, let me find. Okay, I'm not interested. Let's just watch this thing. Let's see. Between 1658 and 1850, the Danes operated a network of forklift trading posts,
especially here in
fortified trading posts, plantations
These
where they
are the
purchased
cheap
held
butcher
traffic,
shops where most people buy chicken, fish, and shrimp.
Russia,
because
Spain,
supermarkets
France,
are
Ireland, Britain,
expensive,
Mexico, and the Caribbean islands
only
were all
for the
involved in
wealthy.
Civil War II.
So here is where you find meat.
Right. But unless you look at that up, ND, you won't know. Most schools all around do not teach this stuff, and the stuff that they teach in America, they teach wrong. They teach America went and grabbed us, got us, tackled us, kidnapped us from Africa, and brought us here to work. And then because 1.4 to 8% of families in the South had slaves, the average was 4%. So 4% of families had slaves. So they think that all of America had slaves, all white people are slave holders, blah, blah, because that's the way it's taught. They don't teach it. They just said America slaves. They don't say South as Southern America. I don't know if they just think America slave. Your couch is under your dog? Europe ended slavery. Yep. We was victims and shit. We were taught in Denmark that we have Danish history and we learned both the good and the bad side. Yeah, they did not bad. Sell the vacuum pumps and a smile. What's up, brother?
Vegetables, and even live animals for sale. Interestingly, in most markets like this that I visited, the smell is usually...
This is what I want to show you guys. Sewage treatment plant. Oh, damn. So sewage treatment plants just have these big ass settling tanks, right? This is huge, right? So the crap water comes in, goes into one of the tanks where the poo and the solids sink to the bottom. Then it pumps the water off the top into a separate tank, and then they filter that and they use chlorine and whatnot to kill the bacteria and the parasites, and then it would go into the river. And that's not difficult to do. It's not like freaking 2025 technology. The video game, this video cross-contaminated me. Sorry, Glenn.
So
everybody
strong that you'd want to run away, but not
otherwise,
here.
Honestly,
it feels like a relatively clean market. They sell chicken here for $2.50. That's 1,250 colones per kilo. And something really curious, they have pigeons. At first, I thought they were selling them for food. I asked how much they cost, but they told me no, they're pets. In Islam, or at least here in Bangladesh, pigeons are believed to bring good luck. So some businesses keep pigeons as pets. What you're seeing behind me right now is a fruit and vegetable auction. They're unloading a container, and people are placing bids. All these people standing on the side of the road, there's barely any space. Look at how things get when trucks pass by. Everyone is bidding on the produce the sellers are offering. This is a wholesale market. It's insane. At first glance, the streets of Bangladesh have a very shady business going on. You see thousands of these little cards scattered on the ground. And from what I've been told, if you call, you can get anything, from an escort to drugs of all kinds. And you might wonder, if these cards are everywhere with phone numbers, why doesn't the police do anything? Well, it's because these are big criminal organizations that bribe the police, and that's how this kind of business operates. Here in this country, the wind is starting to blow because the monsoon season is about to begin in Bangladesh, bringing total chaos.
He said anything. What up, Zal?
When the wind blows, the dust becomes unbearable. It gets in your eyes, your throat, your nose. You can't breathe. I don't know if you can see it, but all that haze is pollution and dust. This is something I never imagined witnessing, and now I'm seeing an electrician fixing a power issue
Come pick me up on your way.
in the middle of this tangled mess of electrical cables that cover the city. Well, my friends, this is where today's incredible and shocking video ends. Tell me below, what did you...
Pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so we're going to teach the world the truth about the world. That's what we're going to do. All right, what are we doing in Etria? The poor cages of Hong Kong. Yeah, you can imagine. I can imagine. Harsh reality of cheap clothing. 109,000 horsepower. Jeez. Sewer diving. Man. Holy crap. But the number of doses does not add up, because if I ask Google, 12.5 million slaves were forcibly loaded into slave ships and transported to America between 1500 and 1866. No, right. Yeah, it's bull crap. It's bull crap. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's absolutely crap. Maybe 12.5 million slaves left Africa, but not to America. No, absolutely not. And what stops them from advancing? Typically, so listen, I've got a theory. I think it's parasitic infection. Like I was saying, I think that's parasitic infection. I think it slows people down and it confuses people, and then like they don't think. It's like the cognitive creativity doesn't like pop up and say, hey, let's work together and do something about this. But it's also education, because they're not told it's a problem. Like when you have poofling in festivals and stuff, it's like saying, oh, there's nothing wrong with this stuff, it just smells a little bad, you know? So that's definitely cultural. So that's like the steps that would be taken to get there, you know, it's cultural. The Knights of the Golden Circle had a lot to do with investigating the Civil War. Knights is an European term for the Confederate battle flag. Looks like the Union Jack because... So I'm familiar with what that is, brother. It's 10.7 million people survived the Middle Passage and were enslaved in the Americas. In debates, do you realize not only America had slaves? Right, a lot of slaves went to South America, like South America, not Southern America, South America, Mexico, Cuba. I think Cuba did too. Haiti, the Barbados, Jamaica, the Caribbean. A bunch went, and those weren't American. Anglican. If you read my comments, you will get your answer. All right, let's see. Jeez, dude. Lottery scratchers ruin people's lives. 23 years on the train. All right, we'll do this one more time. Just mentioned the case in Denmark 4 minutes ago. Yeah.
Every morning, a local train leaves Rajshahi station heading east. It stops at every station along the way. Varsity, Horiam, Sharda, Nandangachi, Arani, Lokmanpur, Abdulpur. 8 stations, dozens of passengers getting on and off at each.
Denmark, wow.
And somewhere inside the crowd, moving through the compartments with a wicker basket balanced on his head, is a man selling boiled chickpeas for 10 taka a serving. His name is Muhammad Monirul. He is 32 years old. He has been doing this since he was 9. And on this train, between these stations, he has built an entire life.
I live in Denmark. It's nice and good. Yeah, everybody did. Right? Jesse James was a member of the Knights of the Golden Circle. He wanted to expand slavery to Mexico and the Caribbean. Who's to fail? It seems like a majority of grocery stores selling Atlantic salmon, farm raised instead of Pacific wild caught. Yeah, that's weird. The Ottoman and Arab slave trade was 10 times worse. Right. Well, they neutered them. They neutered their slaves. They castrated them because they didn't want them reproducing or having a sex drive or anything like that. So there was never a chance of people becoming parents, you know, or being free. And slavery was till death. And then, you know, like, and they worked you to death too. You just weren't seen as even a couple of % human. They also didn't allow Christian worship, right? And a lot of places still don't. People are still hunting for that.
Monirul lives in Rajshahi, not in a house he owns, but in a rented room in a shared compound.
Oh, dang it. Okay. I thought this was going to be better. If you want to learn about slave sales in America, look in the Voyages, the Middle Passage. That's well documented. Over 12 million slaves were transported. It's a lot of slaves. It's a lot of slaves. Ugh, jeez. Deadliest roads. Oh, that's way too long. All right. 100 days, 1 million dead. Rwanda's genocide. Right, and that just finally ended. I didn't know about it. I just found it on Google. Alright, the Hanoi incident. The shortest family on earth. There you go. Damn. Wow, there's some shorty. What up, shorty? Sounds like a good one.
India.
Today we'll start from the most populous country in the world, India. We're in the city of Hyderabad, which has a population of 10 million. This is just one city in India. Imagine, the population of this country is more than 1 billion. Biryani equals Hyderabad, always mentioned together, right? We will start with the family who hosted us to learn about their way of life.
Salman Khan is fan.
Namaste.
So they are like a statue.
We'll give them a gift at the end of the story.
It absolutely looked weird. I thought he was a kid, but then he's got a mustache.
Then we'll go to Africa, Rwanda, to get to know the shortest family in Africa. To know how they live, their lifestyle. We'll give them a shop to make a living from at the end of the video.
So we are going to meet the world's smallest family in India, Hyderabad. They're all going to be at home because we are just going to give them surprise. Assalamu alaikum. How are you? Good, good. Namaste.
Namaste.
So how is your daily life? What do you do, guys? So their job in wedding season is they sit on the entrance and welcome everybody. They dress well and they sit just on the door for hours and welcome people while entering the wedding. It's like a statue. Oh, really? Their job is like statues. Some people are confused that they are statue or they are real people.
Okay.
Some people get scared like what kind of statue it is. Just
It said OBS disconnected and then reconnection successful.
This is their father. This is what he wears. This is their job. Look.
Yes, channel को subscribe करो, comment करो, share करो.
She's a YouTuber.
नमस्ते करते हैं वहाँ पे फंक्शन में और ऐसा अस्सलाम वालेकुम करते हैं.
So they help each other like this in the functions also.
As for their ages,
29, 27, 25. आपको कभी प्यार हुआ है? So they never fall in love, but when they do, they never approach that person because they are not sure that they will like them back or not. जैसे आप बोने तो आपको बोना ही मिलेगा, आप बोने से ही.
नहीं हमारे फैमिली में
It's not important that they are dwarf, they have to marry a dwarf. It's like they can marry a normal person and they can have a normal kid. Like their aunt is married to a normal person and they have a normal kid. Namaste.
Namaste.
this is the mother. I asked her about her height.
3 foot 2
There we go.
3 feet 2 inch.
When I asked her if she had ever been bullied, she said that she had not faced a lot of bullying at school, but when she goes out into the street, she receives a lot of hurtful words and a lot of support as well.
She always avoid all this because she believed that her height is given by God. She didn't listen to people.
Small snack.
This is the older brother, and he's the one who defends his sisters when they're being bullied. He said that God sent him to them to defend them.
You support sisters.
Thank you.
So what makes her happy? So they feel good when somebody give them smile and appreciate them without judging them and come to take selfie with them. So they feel good then. She is saying the celebrities also come to take selfie with her. Can we take a selfie? क्या हम सेल्फी ले सकते हैं?
हाँ ले सकते हैं ऐसा कुछ नहीं. ज़्यादा सोचने ना करें. ज़्यादा सोचे तो क्या जल्दी चले जाएंगे वैसे.
Too much, you'll
Whatever
die
is going on, it's going
early.
good.
She sleeps here.
Yeah, some people think like she is a God gift coming and touching
If
her
you think
feet
too
to
much,
get
you'll
blessings.
die early.
Really? Yeah. Touch her feet.
No.
So what is her hobby? She like cooking? Yes. What she cook? Chicken
What's
tikka?
her hobby?
चिकन आता है.
Yeah, she know how to cook chicken. Thank you.
This is the food she's cooking. She loves to cook. Now she's cooking dosa.
Tea? Milk tea. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Eat dosa together.
Eat the dosa.
Ah. He's a movie character. You are a movie character.
Salman Khan is fan.
How old are you?
So,
29.
I think,
This is their uncle.
heard me the
No
other
married.
day, but
No
there's
married?
this
No married.
thing about
Okay.
short. Well, the thing is that could be genetic, obviously, because everybody's like that. But there's people that are like short. Like if you have like a father that's like 5'10" and a mother that's like 5'8", and you end up being shorter than like the mother. Often that can be from a vitamin K2 deficiency, which is pretty interesting. But something like this, I mean, that's got to be something way different genetic. Yeah, he's 29. And do they need less? I didn't even read it all the way. Short king.
Yeah. Please, Salman Khan, meet this guy. Please.
Please, I am big fan. Salman,
Yes.
Hello, Bhaijan.
Uncle Shop?
Uncle Shop. You are sit, Uncle Shop.
Nice to meet you.
Dude,
Nice
that
to
was
meet you.
cow's
Thank you.
milk.
Welcome
I've got
so
fresh
much.
cow's milk here. That's freaking so good. So freaking like buttery creamy. Let's see this one's up. Okay. Alright, there we go.
Thank you.
This is her shop. She owns this shop.
This is her
She's
shop.
19
She
years
owns the
old.
shop.
This is their father.
What's wrong?
How old is he?
Oh, age 45.
45. Now we'll drink Coca-Cola.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
There's a.
It's lamb.
This is a brand called Thumbs Up.
Damn dog will stop barking.
Yes.
Their soul is very kind. We meet people around the world and learn about their stories that make us wonder how some people, despite their suffering and the difficulty of their lives, and they're different, do not consider themselves different.
Ladies first.
नहीं आप पहले.
What?
Yes, first.
Father. You don't like Coca-Cola?
I'm thumbs up.
You are thumbs up?
Yes. Welcome to Hyderabad.
They say that this is Salman Khan's favorite drink.
Yeah, his kids are everything for him because they're God gifted also.
Gift from God.
Yeah.
Dude, look how big her phone is next to her face.
This is the dad, brothers. This daughter of him, daughter of him, daughter of him, and two daughters. And this is the uncle.
Coming.
So those two guys are brothers, and all those girls are daughters.
हाथ पकड़ो देते लोग.
For you.
अरे.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you so much for giving me.
Oppo. I think they like it in India.
It's trimmed up
Man.
good, brother.
She's saying first time somebody have gifted something.
I was just living.
Everyone here?
I love every living being. It was just a small joke. They look very down to earth. I wish them to reach new heights in their life. They making little people in India now.
Guilty of being a dwarf.
Short stature, aka dwarfs. This name in our days may carry a degree of insult. But dwarfism is a genetic medical condition, and there are many dwarf Hollywood celebrities, just like these two families. It is inherited from the genes of the father, and these are the shortest in Africa and Asia. And dwarfism is defined as adults whose height is less than 135 centimeters and can be treated from childhood if it is a medical condition resulting from a lack of growth hormones.
Right. Yes, it was a joke piece. I mean, now it was a show called Little People All Chance.
We've now arrived in Rwanda to complete the story. Just to get to know this family, here the mother and her children began to come.
How are you?
This is the father.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. How old are you?
He's 45 years old, the father of those children.
We took a tour of their house.
The house of the family and
How old are you?
He's 45 years old, the father of those children.
We took a tour of their house.
The house of the family and this is the living room, this is where they stay and
Wow, so I guess if they find them, find out they're dwarves, they can start giving them home, HGH. Yeah, there's really.
Look, this is his 3-year-old daughter. And he's 45, yet she's almost taller than him.
he likes his family. to
They
agriculture.
don't look down on anybody.
Farming? Yes, farming, of course.
Elon
Okay,
Musk
who's
is
this? Okay.
back. Welcome back,
Really?
Elon, brother.
This is the firstborn. How are you? How old are you?
He says people were bullying him at first, but
what does he
he
get
got
from
used
those
to
cows?
it. And people stopped saying
A
hurtful
little
words
milk.
to him.
And he's happy man.
Yeah.
Elon killed the stream.
Is it Ninda just Rumba?
This is a school? Yes. School
Elon killed
uniform.
the stream. Yeah,
They're
they look
going to
happy,
school,
yeah.
huh?
He's in high school.
A lot of
He's
times you
16.
see people in Africa,
She's
they're
14.
just mean mugging all the time. They're just looking around like they're like, yeah, but they look like happy, smile ear to ear. It's back.
Look how he helps his daughter for school.
It's just
How
a
they go to
short
school.
trip to school.
Of course, the father take them to school and they...
We saw them in India, and we saw how they live in Africa as well. So
Gotta
you can
get
see
out.
both families side by side and see the
Gotta
whole
get out of the
picture of
porcupine
both stories
defenses.
together.
He's going to show us the
Short
show.
of
Yeah, we just went to the
hilarious.
show.
I think the best way we can help them is if they have a shop, like that family in India, to make a living from. So we'll rent the shop for a whole year and fill it with products.
He's going to bring the keys to open. This is the shop.
What he's gonna call the shop?
He's thinking he's
Oh,
happy
he's opening a shop.
I can't find the name.
All the people of the village will support him when he opens the shop.
Oh. This is your store now, huh?
This is the shop. And of course, we paid the carpenter to get it all set up in 2 days.
Kamil.
I will come back, of course, on Monday.
Oh, so he paid to have the carpenter fix it and stock it. Wow. Let's see if he's trying to raise money. Family in India. I'm sorry, I'm going to play this called Short to him. Share the experiences. Music I used in the video. Oh, well, cool. All right, everybody. All right, I love y'all. I'm gonna head off to sleep now. It's 10 after 1 in the morning, and Kat leaves tomorrow, so I can't remember what time we got to go to the airport, but it might be early, so I'm gonna go to sleep. I love y'all. I'll see you guys back tomorrow. Peace out. Bye, bye, y'all. Little people scare me. They can distract you. Someone sneaks up behind you. Rampart. Good game, brother. Good game. Good night, Crying Fish. Good night, Andy. Good night, Sub9. Night, Loretta. Night, Elon freaking Musk. Until later. All right, bye-bye, everybody.